Something كذبة 2 or كذبة 2 ماذا كذبة 1 مرة أبغى بشتري بشلا بتكتب كم بريم
Bachelor zvokuamba una 50 zovaravo. Una 50 nga? Azipurisa
1 2 3 4 5
Zvepa bachelor. Bachelor hazviambi chitu. Unowana diploma wana 5 comments.
wala sama wanataro ene mara kadzawo dzose ngori mese yeve korimi utoma 23 nova 19 accounting kori 37 and 38 that's good precision
Recording in progress.
Good morning to everybody. Can we start?
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Reitenbach.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members.
Morning, Acting Public Protector, and your delegation, you are welcome. We are going to start with you. After the Public Protector, we will start with our public hearings on the domestic, on the divorce bill and the RECA bill today. So the likelihood is that we might finish at around 5-6 o'clock today. Let's start with the presentation of the annual report from the Acting Public Protector, or PPSA. But before we give the Acting Public Protector the opportunity, are there any apologies? Committee Secretary? Of course, we will note the standing apology of Honorable Yako, who is recuperating. Any other apology?
Good morning, Chair. That's the only one that we have.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now hand over, I'll take this opportunity to hand over to the Acting Public Protector. As agreed earlier, we will, the SSA, the PPSA will have 60 minutes. Over to you, Public Protector, Acting Public Protector.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to take this opportunity to pass on our sincere greetings from Public Protector South Africa to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members present here. Just a quick run through my delegation to this Portfolio Committee appearance this morning to present our annual report for the year 2022-2023. I have with me the CEO of Public Protector South Africa, Ms. Thandi Sibanyoni, the CFO, Mr. Mfundo Mdingi, the acting COO, the COO is on leave, Mr. Vusumuzi Dlamini. We've got all the executive managers present, Manager Legal Services, the Senior Manager Legal Services is on sick leave. And we also have colleagues from our strategic management component. Thank you very much, Chairperson. It is with really great gratitude that I accept this opportunity as the Acting Public Protector to present our annual report before the Portfolio Committee. As widely known and reported, the past 16 months and most of the period under our reporting period, it has really seen us facing unprecedented events as an institution since its establishment. We have had to, amongst other things, enjoy a leadership transition much earlier than expected during these challenging and turbulent times in the history of the institution. However, we are comforted by the knowledge that during this period, we have not only managed to stay afloat and maintain effective levels of organizational performance, but through an enormous collective effort between the leadership of the institution, the staff, we have actually managed not just to keep the ship afloat, but also turned it around. And by doing so, we have reviewed and improved on a number of internal processes and structures aimed at improving both our governance systems, performance on critical aspects of our operational environment. Reflecting on the reporting period has provided us with the chance to take stock of our successes, but also to take stock of the mistakes that we have made in order to reposition our institution. It has been a great honor for me really to have had the opportunity to lead this institution during this time, and also together with the institutional staff and its executive committee to have made it up until this time. We have, however, seen these challenges, I must say, Chairperson and honorable members, really as an opportunity for us to build our grit and resilience for the success of this gigantic institution. Maybe if it wasn't for these times, we wouldn't have been able to reflect and introspect in the manner in which we had. The PPSA remains an integral element of South Africa's constitutional democracy, and we trust that we have continued to fulfill our mandate to strengthen our nation's democracy and provide resolution to complaints lodged by the people of South Africa, with a particular focus on those who are less privileged, and thus rely on the PPSA to hold the state role players accountable, more so in the face of the adversities that we have had been enduring, both as a nation but as an institution. This annual report embodies a collation of information that depicts a resilient and innovative institution that continues to develop because of the collective effort of each and every one of our staff members. I take heart and I'm encouraged by the recent observations by the Constitutional Court in the matter of the Democratic Alliance and another versus the Public Protector South Africa and others on the 13th of July 2023, stating that we have managed to perform the core functions of the office in a diligent manner. And this was based on an affidavit that I had filed on behalf of the institution to the Western Cape High Court, illustrating the measures that the institution has taken and put in place to ensure a functional PPSA, despite the Public Protector then having been suspended. Having said that, news of an audit regression has dampened our spirit, we must admit, but we take pride in that we are balanced on audit outcomes and performance, knowing that the legacy legal fees issues which caused the regression were initially identified internally. As soon as I appointed the Senior Manager for Legal Services and Knowledge Management, his first task was to review our governance systems within our legal unit and liaise with finance to be able to do so. While we remain disheartened by the Auditor General's findings, we are mindful that it is our proactivity that resulted in an unqualified audit finding rather than a qualified one. It is critical for an institution such as ours to show integrity by ethically presenting its case as it continuously assesses its governance measures to the Auditor General for a credible finding that would strengthen our own governance and not merely give us a clean audit finding. Here today, we can confidently assure the committee that we have attended to and addressed these legacy issues and learned from them. However, we are further consulting with the National Treasury regarding steps to be taken to prevent adverse findings in the future. Like any other environment, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, where there is a change, there is bound to be pockets of those who repudiate the change. This came to at the later stages of our preparation in submission of the annual report to Parliament, which we have explained in the table of the revised annual report to Parliament. This incident was unfortunate and unforeseen, as we had trusted that colleagues would stay true to their commitment to the institution rather than individuals, but also stand by serving the nation. We have thus, in the first week of September, seen the resignation of the acting senior manager strategic support, who was a contracted employee of the private office and who was entrusted with the operations of the annual report, and subsequently the chief of staff as well, the then public protector, also resigned a day later. We have also taken steps to verify the affiliation of the former acting senior managers of strategy to any of the audit bodies, and are looking forward to taking steps in terms of SAICA in reporting this particular matter, as she is a qualified auditor. We will ensure that we remain more vigilant during the transitional phase. Kindly accept our sincerest apologies, Chairperson and honorable members, really for the debacle that really took place in the submission of the annual report. I, in particular, as the acting head of the institution, take full responsibility for these incidents and for the challenges that we have encountered, and I assure you that we have put in more security measures to ensure that we do not face such a situation again. Now, collaboration and cooperation has been an important factor for us as we reposition ourselves as the institution during the last 16 months. Through this, we've entered in several MOUs around the provinces and also nationally. And these agreements seek to, amongst other things, foster working relations with the signing parties in areas such as complaints resolutions, but most importantly, in the implementation of our remedial actions. Civil society has also been identified by our institution as an invaluable component of a democratic state. And as the PPSA, we acknowledge the role that they have played in many factors in our country of unraveling maladministration and even corruption. And thus we have also partnered with them. The institution also commissioned a work study investigation, which we have previously reported to this committee, which has really impressed upon us the need to foster a culture of continuous learning and development of the employees. To this end, we are implementing a number of training programs, such as technical soft skills as well as executive leadership development. We are certain that this capacitation will further increase the quality of our services that we provide to the people. But considering the history of the institution in the last few years, this we need to invest in more than ever. The PPSA has also displayed its commitment to efficiency in serving our nation through the rollout of our digitization strategy, starting with our electronic case management system. Amongst other things, which this is assisting us with, is to ensure that we are able to timelessly provide feedback to our complainants. There are others that we are putting in place to improve this area, as we know that it has not been as satisfactory or even at the level of excellence as it is supposed to be, particularly for an institution such as ours. We are putting in place that we further develop this system to allow complainants to be able to verify the status of their own cases online, those who have provisions online, and this will lessen the impact of those cases that we have physically made contact with the complainants in terms of reporting back. Now, most importantly, our institution is to be impactful, and remedial action really expresses the impact, but also the legitimacy and the authority of our institution. And therefore, the implementation thereof has been quite a challenge in the past years. However, initially, we were sitting at 0.5 for the implementation of the remedial action. At the end of the financial year, we were sitting at 2%, but I'm glad to report that we are currently sitting at 17%. to be, but it is clear that the implementation of the remedial action is becoming much more gradual. And this is really through the interventions that have been done by Parliament and the legislatures, through the list that we sent to Parliament for the outstanding remedial actions. And I must particularly thank the Portfolio Committee of Sport and Human Settlements, which have asked us to go before the Portfolio Committee and actually bring the department to account on the non-implementation, to which the departments have implemented. I further wish to highlight that in addition to the report of the issuing of the remedial action, but we've also taken a keen stand in highlighting ourselves as an ombudsman and thus putting the rights of the complainants first. And through intensifying our ADR processes through mediation, we have actually seen significant results and speedy resolution of complaints through this particular mechanism. This report further reveals that many of the people of South Africa have benefited from this approach of our intervention through the building of RDP houses, payment of social grants and pensions, provisions of water, building of roads and bridges, amongst other things, to ensure that we become more rights-based than investigations-based, which takes a longer period. The increase of the quality of our work has also provided relief through a sharp decline in litigation pertaining to the review of our reports. While we are alive to our capacity constraints and are addressing them through intensified employee development and training, we nonetheless celebrate this as an endeavor to improve further. The increase in the quality of our work stems on learning from previous judgments and our efforts not to repeat the same mistakes in that regard. We stand criticized of being more rigid, which we are looking into and endeavor to continuously learn and improving for the betterment of the lives of the people of South Africa, but more importantly for us to be more impactful as an institution. We have also reviewed our standard operating procedures to really ensure that we stay true to what is envisaged in the Public Protector Act, that the Public Protector shall be assisted by the Deputy Public Protector, the CEO, and staff members, thus producing collaborative and collective work which the institution can be accountable for. In our last presentation on the annual report to this committee, we reported that we sought to fill key vacancies in the institution to create stability. I am pleased to report that we have since appointed in the critical posts. I have also endeavored to center the leadership and around collaborative leadership in ensuring that firstly we boost the staff morale and everyone has ownership of the institution and its work. This report demonstrates that our organizational performance has not declined despite the numerous challenges we have faced as an institution. And during this reporting period, we have obtained a remarkable 86% overall achievement, maintaining the previous year's achievement, but also improving from the year before that. We are of the view that we have displayed organizational agility, maneuverability by having successfully maintained our achievement figures, all while having drastic improvement in the quality of our work, but also in the morale of the staff. Without having been assisted by the dedicated collective of the PPSA team led by the CEO, I really would not have achieved these results. We communicate this vision constantly to the PPSA team that teamwork indeed is what will place us within as an institution. We have also intensified on promoting ethics as an institution. We've signed a pledge. We have also established an ethics committee. We are also looking at establishing a hotline where members of the public will be able to report. But most importantly, we have also, in the proposed amendments in the PPSA Act, which we've already submitted, proposed that the Public Protector and the Deputy Public Protector take an oath of office. As we continue to intensify our efforts to repositioning the PPSA as an institution and also ensuring that we become a reliable force to the people of South Africa and enhance our constitutional democracy and improve our governance system, it is important that we also improve the public's trust in the institution. We wish to inform honorable members that this presentation also coincides as we commemorate our 28th anniversary as an institution, and to mark this, we've named it, and it has been since 2010, as the Good Governance Month, where we continue to strengthen our relationships with our stakeholders, but also visit different state institutions by highlighting as well how far we see them as the Office of the Public Protector in terms of their own governance systems. And we further thank this portfolio committee for your unwavering support, in particularly during this period that we have faced as an institution. Parliament is at large, members of the public and our other stakeholders. I think I must really borrow from the words of Advocate Simon Shaba's book titled From a Farm Garden Boy to a Senior Counsel, and that dark days do not last, but they come before dawn, and most confidently, they will make us even stronger as an institution. I would like this opportunity to hand over to the CEO as well as the CFO subsequently to then take the committee through the report.
Thank you very much, Acting Public Protector. Over to you, CEO.
The committee, and good morning to all the colleagues on the platform. I will take you through the program performance as per the annual performance plan that was tabled in Parliament last year, starting with our overall performance as an institution. Just to indicate that we achieved, as Acting PP indicated, 86% of our targets in the previous financial year. And then on the next slide, I just want to show that our performance over the last 4 years, starting with the year 2019-20, where we achieved 79% and also obtained a clean audit, followed by 83% and a clean audit, 86% and a clean audit, and in the previous financial year, which is the reporting period, we achieved 86%, though with a slight digression from our clean audit status, but we will explain at a later stage how we came to sort of regress a bit, where we received an unqualified opinion with findings. And then the next slide, I want to share just a year at a glance, what we had and what we did as an institution. We had a budget of 377.9 million rands, which was comprised of a baseline allocation of 357.9 and an additional 20 million that was allocated by the Department of Justice. In spite of the fact that it was late in the financial year, it came in handy to alleviate some of our budget pressures. And then on the left-hand side of the screen, as you can see, we're indicating the capacity that we had as an institution to deliver on this work. We had 582 positions that we approved. However, we only had 357 positions funded because of the budget cuts that have been effected by the National Treasury over the previous financial years. And we remained with 225 unfunded posts. As at the end of the reporting period, we had 343 warm bodies, meaning those were the positions that were filled. And with that capacity, we were able to handle 7,518 matters, complaints that were reported to us. We also handled 573 that were referred to other institutions because they were found to belong to other institutions. Or you find that the complainant hasn't actually exhausted the internal remedies within that institution. So we will refer the matter back to that institution. And we had non-jurisdiction matters comprising 578. And ultimately, we were able to finalize 5,366 matters. This includes all the 80 matters, the other reports that were signed by the public protector. And then on the next slide, I just want to reflect on our performance through the eyes of the Auditor General. Remember, continuously we are audited by the Auditor General, and this is how they've seen us performing over the last 3 years. And we've always maintained a green marking means we had unqualified with no material findings over those years. And as you can see in Program 3, they only started auditing us on Program 3 in the previous financial year, which is the year under report. And the only damper what tarnished our green slide is the procurement and contract management, which affected our audit outcome. And I must just emphasize that this procurement is not procurement that happened in the year under review, but it's procurement that happened in the previous financial years. But because the expenditure continued in the current financial year, that's why then we found ourselves having to be sort of penalized by the AG, because the expenditure reflected in the financial year under review, in spite of the fact that the procurement happened previously. And though the procurement followed a vigorous procurement process, because the tender was advertised in that year, however, subsequently, we expected...
Sorry, CEO.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt
Yes.
you. There is a request that you make your slides bigger. People can't see what you are presenting.
Okay, we have our IT person here trying to assist to make the slides bigger. We apologize for that. Can they confirm, Chairperson, is it big enough now?
Can I just check? For me, it is, but let me check with the committee secretary.
Okay.
The telephone number you called is not available.
Is it possible to make it bigger again?
We'll try to make it bigger. Are we trying, Chairperson?
Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Okay.
We will advise
Fine,
you if, yeah, we will advise you if
thank
there
you.
are still issues. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we apologize for that. So we dealt with a slide that talks to the performance through the eyes of the AG, and then we'll just take you through some key highlights on the next slide, things that happened during the year that we thought we should bring to the attention of the committee. As reflected already, we had an unqualified opinion with material findings, which is a slight decrease from the clean audit outcome that we achieved previously. And as we said, the material findings related to the rotation, the issue of rotation of suppliers, because though we went on an open tender process to appoint the panel of experts, when we subsequently recruited or appointed within the same panel, we didn't rotate the suppliers. But as I said, none of these suppliers were appointed in this current the financial year under review, but it was suppliers that were appointed previously, but they had to continue with the work because the work that they did was mostly related to the impeachment process. And we just also wanted to reflect on the impact of the Section 194 inquiry on our operations as PPSA, primarily because it affected our supply chain processes. There was a delay in completion of the supply chain processes, which meant that we were unable to spend the accrued surplus that was given previously by the National Treasury, because the people who were supposed to preside and participate in most of these governance structures to do procurement found themselves having to prepare or go to court, to Parliament, to go and testify during the process. So that caused a delay. And at some point, we found ourselves actually without money to cover the legal costs relating to the impeachment. As previously indicated, the Department of Justice was very helpful in bailing us by allocating an additional 20 million rands to the institution. Then the next slide, Chairperson, I would like to take the committee through the program performance in line with the APP that was submitted. We had a number of indicators, first starting with our program administration, which is program 1. We, as I said, we've spoken about the clean audit that we did not achieve because of the procurement on legal services. So we were unable to achieve the clean audit, but we're working hard, and we have restarted the procurement process. to correct what went wrong previously, and we are determined that we're going to revert back to our clean audit status and probably even do more without findings at all. The second output indicator on administration was the percentage of implementation of ICT infrastructure, where we plan to develop a case management system. We were able to achieve this. The case management system has been developed and it's up and running, and we've trained all the users on the use of this system, and we continuously monitor it to determine whether there are any post-implementation challenges, and we continuously deal with them as we and the system is continuously refined to make sure that it becomes more efficient as well. Then we go to program 2, which is investigations. Our APP target on this one, the indicator was a number of investigation reports to be finalized, and we had planned to finalize 80 investigation reports. This we achieved in spite of all the challenges that we experienced, people not being available because of the Section 194 inquiry, but we were able at least to achieve, as the acting PP indicated, that we demonstrated agility as an institution. That's why we were able to demonstrate and do more, because we produced more reports that were signed at different levels over and above the 80 that were signed at public protector level. And this is just the next slide. It's just a breakdown of our investigation per branch. As you can see from this slide, that head office investigations accounts for 30% of all these investigations. And it's because most of the GGI investigations, because of their nature, they are a bit complex, are handled at head office, and those are the reports that are signed at PP level, and that's why the head office accounts for the bigger chunk of these investigations that are signed by the public protector. Further on another target on investigations was the adherence to turnaround times in finalization of cases. Previously, we had a target that talks to the backlog, because we were always planning for a backlog. So in the previous year, we decided that we're not going to plan for a backlog because we're planning for failure. So we have to put measures in place to make sure that we finalize all the matters, at least 80% of the matters within the turnaround times. And I'm happy to say we exceeded this target by 82, where we achieved 82% of this, because we did monthly age analysis, close monitoring of the matters. Where we realized that the matter is falling behind, we would deploy more resources to go and assist. But what helped us as well is to engage with the service, with the respondents early in the investigation, because that's what normally causes the delay. Because you get extension after extension, people requesting extensions. But if you engage with them right at the beginning, they start to understand why it's important these matters should be finalized within the required turnaround time. And that's why we've been able to achieve this and exceed the target that we had set. Another indicator was on the number of systemic investigations or interventions to be finalized. We had planned to complete 3 such investigations. Unfortunately, we were unable to achieve this, primarily because we must admit that we sort of underestimated the complexity of some of these matters. So we did a systemic, one such investigation is a systemic investigation in the Eastern Cape, with respondents coming from almost all the government departments in the Eastern Cape and most municipalities. It was a very detailed investigation, which required a lot of consultation with various stakeholders, which eventually expanded the scope of the investigation. And we never thought actually that the problems were to that extent. But once we realized, we said we cannot just watch and not do something about it. So that's why then the scope had to be extended to include all the other challenges that we identified as we consult with the stakeholders. The other indicator was the number of bilateral dialogues held with organs of the state. We had planned to do 10 of these bilateral engagements. However, we exceeded because we were able to do 12. And these were as a result of where we picked up systemic challenges, primarily in the Free State and the Western Cape. These necessitated us to engage with further state organs, because as you investigate a complaint about a house that was not built, an RTP that was not housed, you realize that actually there are other stakeholders that need to be engaged, probably the Department of Human Settlement, in spite of the fact that the function falls within the municipality, because there is a role for the department as well. And that's why we ended up doing 12 bilaterals, because it's no use actually dealing with the one part of the problem and not attending to the other. So that's why we ended up doing others, so that we bring them to the picture. We also planned to the indicator of support submitting the quarterly reports on remedial action to Parliament. We submitted all the quarterly reports to Parliament, and subsequent to our reports to Parliament, the Speaker referred the matters, the reports to the then Deputy President, who was the head of government business, for action, so that they can monitor through the governance structures that are managed by the presidency, so that there can be action taken. And hence the acting PP reported that we have since seen an increase from the 2% to 17% of the improvement of the implementation of remedial action. So it means that process is working well now, because there is an improvement, though there's still some work that needs to be done. And this is just the detail. As I said, we've seen the 2% increasing now to 17% implementation of the remedial action. And this is through as well robust engagement with the respondents, so that by the time you issue a report, at least the respondents would have bought into the remedial action itself, and they understand the remedial action, and then it makes it easy for them to implement. On program 3, which is customer and stakeholder management, we had one indicator, which was to execute 117 activities towards our implementation of the integrated access and stakeholder management. And there was a breakdown of 117, which is 108 public awareness sessions, 5 national events, 1 good governance week, 3 collaborations, and we've exceeded this target. Instead of the 108 public awareness sessions that we planned, we were able to achieve 141. And instead of the 3 collaborations with the community-based organizations, we were able to sign 12 MOUs with the NGOs, the CBOs, on advocacy, because these are the people who are closer to the communities, and these are the people who are supposed to help us actually market our services at grassroots level, but also help the communities to bring to our attention the challenges that they could be experiencing. And we're able to do this because the more you engage with CBOs, the more other people get to know about it, and everybody then takes an interest in our work, and they all want to partner with us. And including the radio stations, where we went and did a radio interview, we find the radio station approaching us saying, we can give you free airtime so that we can come and share more information because of the demand that they're getting from their listenership. So that's why we're able to exceed that. The next segment is briefly about the human resources that we had. As I mentioned, that we ended up the year with 343 warm bodies. And as you can see, the biggest chunk of our employees are concentrated around professional qualified. And these are the people who normally do our investigations, which is our core business. Management only comprised of 27 people out of the total of 343, because we try to deploy as many people as possible to investigations because of the caseload that we're dealing with as PPSA, but because investigations are also our core business. That's why we have this concentration. And then in the next slide, we're just indicating the vacancy per category, per branch, per program. In administration, we had 84 people as at the end of the financial year with 7 vacancies. In investigations, 241 people with 20 vacancies. And complaints and stakeholder management, 18 personnel with 2 vacancies. Overall, our vacancy rate stood at 7.79 at the end of the financial year. So we try to keep the vacancy rate by making sure that as the positions are vacated, we immediately fill the positions. However, lately we found ourselves in a conundrum, because then there was this threat by the National Treasury that they are going to further effect budget cuts. So we didn't want to appoint more people only to end up with no money to pay them. So we were very cautious in terms of filling these positions because we didn't want to run out of funds and be unable to pay salaries at the end of the day. And then the slide just indicates the number of people we appointed, and it draws a comparison between the report under review, the year under review, and the previous report, the 2021-22 financial year. In the year under review, we appointed 48 new people as opposed to 28 in the previous year. And then we also had 26 people exiting in that year, as opposed to the 24 people who exited in the previous year. The vacancy rate in the report under review, in the year under review, was 7.79%, as opposed to the 7.18% in the previous financial year. So we're not doing very badly. We have, as people come, people go as well. So we try to maintain that balance all the time to make sure that we are able to deliver on our mandate. And these are some of the reasons that why people leave. We had 2 people who unfortunately passed away in the year under review. We had 17 resignations as opposed to 16 in the previous year. 1 person was dismissed as opposed to 3 in the previous year. And then we had 1 as well who was discharged due to ill health. We had 5 people going on retirement as opposed to 2 in the previous financial year. So that shows the picture then of how many people then left and the reasons why they left the institution. And to comply with the PFMA as well on governance issues, we also maintained in line with Section 77 of the Public Finance Management Act that requires us to maintain an audit committee. We have maintained an independent audit committee to guide our work, to also independently provide advice on governance, internal control, as well as risk management. And it has discharged its responsibilities in line with its charter. It monitored the implementation of the audit action plans, and these are the audit action plans for both internal audit as well as the AGSA. It also monitored the institutional compliance on a quarterly basis, and it was very instrumental in guiding our internal audit function, which continues to provide value-adding services to us as an institution, and we really appreciate the fact that we have a fully functional internal audit. And it also considered the quarterly management performance reports that we submit that are normally audited first by internal audit before they're submitted to the audit committee. And it also engaged the AGSA on plans and reports, and it was very helpful, I must say, in negotiating the fees on our behalf with the Auditor General South Africa. Once more, in compliance with Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act, we maintained a fully functional risk management committee, and we conducted risk management annually. Although on a quarterly basis, we continuously update our risk registers to capture the emerging risks that have been identified in the institution to make sure that we are always on alert and nothing can take us by surprise. Business continuity plan, we developed that, and we are busy now with the specific plans for the specific provinces, because though we have an overarching plan, some of the plans, the operational plans, will differ depending on the province and the circumstances prevailing in that province. We also have developed an ethics policy, and as mentioned earlier by the acting PP, that we also have all the staff members signing the pledge to serve with integrity, to make sure that we respond to the needs of our people and we are accountable for our actions as the Public Protector of South Africa. So that concludes my part, Chairperson. If you allow, may I hand over to the CFO, who's just going to take us through the revenue and expenditure, and then I'll come back to take the meeting through our funding requirements for the future. Thank you, Chairperson.
Please note that you have 20 minutes left.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Chairperson, and the honorable members. I'm going to be brief in taking you through the financial performance of the institution. During the year under review, we received a revenue of 399 million. expenditure of 390 million. That resulted in a surplus of 9.7 million. The bulk of our revenue comes from the transfers from the Department of Justice. So 378 million of that 399 is made out of the transfers. And then 12 million comes from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, where they are paying rental on our behalf. Looking at the expenditure by program, we see that the bulk of the expenditure goes to investigations, and then expenditure by economic classification shows that the bulk of our expenditure goes to the compensation of employees. By design, we are a labor-intensive organization because we conduct investigations. Should we not have received the 20 million from the Department of Justice, we would have incurred a loss or deficit. Zooming into the cost of employment, we see that the bulk of our expenditure, 71%, is expenditure that goes to investigations, as indicated in the staffing that the CEO presented. Irregular expenditure of 18 million was incurred during the year, and it mainly relates to the selection of the legal service providers from the panel of attorneys. We also incurred ruthless and wasteful expenditure, which mainly relates to the accommodation of the previous public protector. That ends my presentation, Chair. I'll hand back to the CEO. Thank you.
If I may, Chairperson, quickly, I'm aware that we have a few minutes left. If I can just share with the committee our funding requirements for the future, and first to also acknowledge the support that we received from the National Treasury, who gave us approval to retain the retained surplus, which means it's money that we accumulated over the years that we couldn't spend because they were mindful of the fact that there were a number of disruptions. So they gave us approval to retain the 59 million as retained surplus. And we have projects lined up, but the Treasury also gave its own conditions under which that money can be spent. And we have we committed to spending it wisely and in line with the conditions set by the National Treasury. But over and above that, I'm sure, Chairperson, we previously reported that we have a number of vacant positions. As we indicated, we have 372 funded posts. We also have a need to fund an additional 22 posts, primarily because of the specialized nature of some of the investigations that we're conducting. So we need 11 million, at least in the current financial year, which grows to 12 million and 15.3 million in the outer year. The other issue then that it puts pressure on our budget is the issue of the wage settlement between government, the employer, as well as organized labor. We had budgeted 3.5% because the initial indication was that the salary increases would range between 3% and 3.5%. Unfortunately, the agreement that was eventually signed was 7.5%, which means then we did not have the additional 4%. We require 90 million in the current financial year to be able to pay the 7.5 million, 21 million in the next year, and then 22.8 million in the outer year. The other issue which causes a budget pressure for us that we require funding for is the security that we keep raising with the portfolio committee. Unfortunately, because of the budget cuts that continue, we were unable to continue to deploy security. And all our offices still do not have security measures in place. We're still depending on video fight. And recently we had an incident in Northwest where a complainant came to the office and threatened our staff because he was unhappy with the outcome of the investigation. So this is one isolated incident, but it happens often. In some instances, it's just that our people normally do not report, but they do get threats from time to time. So we require that money because as it is now, we are not complying with the act the Control of Access to Public Premises and Vehicles Act, because we have nobody actually checking people as they come and leave our office.
CEO, you're muted. Public Protector, what's happening?
Okay. Chairperson, I'm informed that the connectivity, our office connectivity has been a challenge. Okay, the CEO seems to be back now. Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence.
You can proceed, CEO.
CEO, we are unable to hear you.
PP, can you conclude the remainder of the presentation?
Thank you, Chairperson. Basically, Chairperson, what CEO has put forward is really the funding pressures which we continue to experience as an institution. But I must, however, state, Chairperson, that we have met with the National Treasury to discuss same, and as the CEO has said, that we have actually managed to retain the surplus, and it is accordingly planned for. And further that we have also not received the letter for the cutting of the current baseline, as it is the case. Now, looking at the shortfall in the national revenue collection, really, and other pressing factors in our economy, but we continue to plead with the committee to kindly continue with its commitment to assist us with the increment to our baseline. The amount that the DOJ has been assisting us historically of the 20 million rand really does make a lot of difference, though we do receive this money towards the end of the financial year, which really makes it difficult for us to be able to commit on it. Hence the surpluses that we have been retaining, not just in this financial year, but also in the previous financial year. I must also state, Honorable Chair and members, that we are also confident that for the first time in the history of the PPSA, submit a convincing application for the CARA funding, and we are really hopeful that the outcome thereof will be favorable, and this money really will be used to attract critical skills, but also to intensify our skills development, but also to assist in the projects which we've already identified, where we will ensure that we indeed execute our mandate in terms of the prevention of malfeasance, maladministration, but most importantly of corruption within the state affairs. Thank you.
PPSA, you still have some time left. Is there any issue that you would want to emphasize before we open for questions?
Nothing at this stage, Chairperson. We are satisfied that we have presented with that which we wish the committee to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, that is the presentation from the PPSA. Are there any questions or comments? I have Honorable Werner Horn. Can you start, Honorable Horn, followed by Honorable Neville Johan, Honorable Glenis Breitenbach, in that order?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning from my side, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, a number of issues, firstly arising from the presentation, and then I think one or two issues that is absent from the presentation. Chairperson, in terms of the inaccuracies in the annual report, it's of course welcomed that there is a detailed explanation as to how this occurred and to an extent the consequences already in this regard, specifically then resignation ultimately, which one would assume has to do with accountability being enforced. That aspect is appreciated. What, however, is a worry is the fact that, of course, an annual report is supposed to be the integration of at least quarterly and maybe in an ideal world even monthly management reports that is to be scrutinized by the executive authority. And in that sense, the explanation that ultimately there was a realization that a further accuracy check has to be embarked upon at a very late stage, and even after a resignation and the filing of the annual report must be questioned, and it must be asked whether we are then to understand that the executive committee or executive authority of the institution in no way dealt with monthly and quarterly reports. So that's the first question. The second question relates, Chair, to the number of vacancies in specifically senior management positions that seemingly is now in place. And the question is whether the process has begun to unfold to fill these vacancies. And I think this is specifically a relevant question in the context of the I want to say that the culture at institutions that ultimately, until in this specific case, a public protector for the next 7 years is appointed, everybody will be kept in acting positions, and the recruitment process to fill vacancies in senior management positions will therefore only unfold thereafter. And in that sense, if one looks towards installing a culture of good governance, such an attitude would be highly problematic. The health of an institution like the public protector can only be assured if recruitment amongst senior management positions is not linked to the person that is ultimately appointed to the public protector, but that the recruitment rather be focused on the qualities of whoever applies and is interviewed for these positions. So my argument is that senior management should be there, irrespective of who is sitting in the highest chair. And I want to hear what steps have, as a consequence, been taken to fill these senior management positions, so that we don't have either acting positions for too long and want to express a discomfort if it is in fact a decision that has been taken to await the appointment of the public protector for the next 7 years. Then, Chair, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well as irregular expenditure. Firstly, on irregular expenditure, it would be good to hear what consequence management has been embarked upon. And then I want to say that in terms of the reporting, the annual of the disclosure in the annual report, that in case of 11 matters where the public protector first embarked on a litigation or defense of matters, and the then investigation or analysis of the litigation matters in which the public protector is involved in, and 11 matters then where defense have been withdrawn because in what the annual report calls there was minimal chance of success. I would want to argue that this, of course, is talking to possible future fruitless and wasteful expenditure findings. And I would want to argue that this must be dealt with proactively in this way, along with the 2.1 million rand that has already been identified as fruitless and wasteful expenditure in respect of what is called the secure accommodation in past years and the year under discussion of the former public protector. And we, of course, know that proper consequence management must be that whoever caused fruitless and wasteful expenditure must then be personally responsible to refund it. And I want to hear what steps have been taken to ensure that. And that is, of course, to be linked with the issue that has not been addressed here, Chair, even though I accept that it strictly speaking is not within the requirement to report on the annual report, but it is out there, and one would have thought that at least when you towards the end indicated whether there's any other issue that needs to be discussed, that the acting public protector would maybe have taken the committee in confidence about the gratuity of the impeached former public protector. Obviously, we have noted that in the public domain and through some press reports, it's clear that this is a hot potato. On the one hand, one would think that it is only logical that any gratuity that somebody who concludes a term of office would be entitled to is forfeited if and when impeached before the end of the term. Seemingly, there is a view that because this is not spelled out in great detail in the Act itself, that there at some point was a strong consideration of nonetheless making the payment. And then if news reports is to believe, then it was decided that it's not as simple as that. So the question firstly is, what is now the status of the analysis around whether the former public protector is entitled to the gratuity? Has legal opinion been sourced? At some point, seemingly there was a view that Parliament and this committee as the oversight body needs to be involved, which might not necessarily be true in taking this decision. But nonetheless, I would think as an oversight body, we're entitled to be briefed on the way the analysis of the situation is unfolding. And then, as I said, closely linked to that must be the consequence management, of course, in respect of fruitless and wasteful expenditure caused during the term of office by the former public protector. And then the last question I want to ask, also strictly speaking, of course, not part of the annual report yet, but whether a final calculation has now been made and whether the committee could be briefed on the total expenses incurred by the office in respect of the Section 194 inquiry, that of course being legal costs and fees, travel and accommodation, so that we ultimately can be in a position to also, for future purposes, know what the implications are for the public purse, if and when inquiries like this is to be embarked upon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn. I was under the impression that there are figures in the annual report about the expenses of the Section 194, including, I think, the 1.2 million on traveling. But I think they will respond when the time comes. Honorable Nivo Truchan.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Thank you to the Public Protector South Africa team for the presentation. I have a few questions. The 17 people who resigned is quite a lot, but I would like to ask a question with regard to that. Those who resigned, if the PPSA has already done the exit interviews and what the reasons in general were for them to resign. If it was mentioned in the exit interviews. Then also I wanted to understand the funded positions. From the funded positions, how many have been filled? Because it's already funded. If it's unfunded, I understand the cost containment issues, nobody is appointed yet, but from the funded positions, how many have already been appointed? And with regard to the CBOs, the community-based organizations that the PPSA briefed or made presentations to, I still want to know. I think I asked this question previously, but I'm going to ask it again for this financial year. The presentations to people with disabilities. 2 SMSs I quickly checked this morning from Disabled People South Africa. Said they've never received a presentation from PPSA, and DEFSA doesn't even know who the PPSA is. So I wanted to ask, during the year under review, if the PPSA has ever made presentations to community-based organizations, including people with disabilities. When you talk on the radio, yes, we appreciate that, but obviously deaf people don't have access to the radio. So I'm wondering whether you have any presentations done on TV with subtitles and sign language interpreters. Then with regard to the equity, I see the number of employment equity in your equity plan of the PPSA, the gender numbers. I see the target for people with disabilities. I think there's only 1 out of 6 that was targeted to be met for a person appointed with disability. Now, I'm just curious for this year under review, what the percentage of disabled people appointed, and if the PPSA has ever worked with any other organization that represents disabled people, where you can advertise for or send advertisements to get people appointed. We have deaf people who are lawyers, who are unemployed, waiting for jobs. It seems nobody in the justice area wants to appoint a deaf person. He studied to become a lawyer, and so that's why I'm asking, which organizations you contact when you do your recruitment for disabled people. Then under irregular expenditure, I see the process for selection of legal services. That process wasn't followed, and that falls under irregular expenditure. I wanted to know what processes was then put in place to make sure that the processes are correctly followed. And the last line, I'm also not clear on the acting PP, in a presentation on the last line, I see the Department of Public Works phased out free office accommodation. So I just wanted clarity in exactly what that means, and then user charge, that's just a breakdown, or like what exactly do you mean with regard to that sentence? And then I think that is it from my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Neville Stojan. And then Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to everybody. I'm largely covered with regards to the errors in the report. I would, however, like to know what additional steps have been put in place to make sure that this doesn't reoccur. So has the quality assurance been beefed up, not only with regards to this report, but to reports in general? I'm covered with regards to the acting appointments and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I would also like more detail on the what's going to be done to recover the monies of the accommodation of the previous public protector, what steps have been put in place. And then it appears that the public protector failed to submit a required report to the information regulator. Why is this? Has it now been submitted? And why was it not submitted? And then, Chair, there's been a decline in finalization of matters year on year. So I'd like to know what steps are being taken to improve that. And why has this decline not been arrested? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we are very impressed with the report submitted by the Public Protector, especially the audit findings. We know that she was acting for half the year, so we have to congratulate the previous Public Protector and this Public Protector for this particular presentation. Chair, the important issue is the funding. And I think that there needs to be more creativity. I don't know if the Constitution or the rules of the Public Protector's Office allows this, but certainly, Chair, organizations on the JSE like Absa Bank and Naspers and mining companies, they shouldn't come to the Public Protector for a cheap hearing or a cheap legal process. They must go directly to the High Court. So we have a situation where many of these organizations who are cash flat, who've got so much cash, they try and save a buck or two. Shouldn't there be procedures in place that a cutoff point that, if you are below a certain amount, then you can approach the Public Protector. Also, just too much money is being spent on legal costs when matters are taken to the High Court by these same companies. We are obviously concerned that nearly 1/3 of positions are not filled. So the Public Protector's Office is doing a 2/3 job, and we want them to do a 100% job, but they don't have the staff. I'm just worried that maybe, we don't need an Office of the Public Protector, that work must be done by a specialist court in terms of the Superior Courts Act. After we have seen what has happened with the impeachment of the other Public Protector and the matters before us and the high standards was imposed. Now, I'm prejudiced, Honorable Chair, because I've worked for 30 years in doing cases in the CCMA, and there you have a speedy resolution process, and the CCMA doesn't have the same onerous issues of having to go to the High Court to defend its decisions. So I would like to hear from the public protector if there are any ideas with regard to limiting, especially JSE companies, from using her offices. There are many other important cases that are now that stands in the queue of ordinary people, issues relating to service delivery, issues relating to sewage pollution, and so on, which the public protector should also address. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Public Protector.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for those questions. I will then give to CEO and the team to answer the questions, and should there be any further clarity that I need to provide, I shall do so. Thank you. CEO.
Thank you, Acting PP. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and we really appreciate the questions from the members. I will start with the vacancy rate. I think when Acting PP made a presentation, she mentioned that we have filled all the senior management positions. The COO position, the CFO position, and the executive manager positions. All the senior management positions have been filled. The only vacant positions at senior management level now are the positions that were vacated recently. The Chief of Staff, as well as the Senior Manager Executive Support in the Office of the Public Protector. Those are the only two. So the rest of the people are normally the people below the senior management level, and those are the people who are highly mobile, for lack of a better way, because those people are still young and they are qualified, so they come to the public protector and then they find other opportunities. Because when we do exit interviews with them, they always indicate that they have found a better offer elsewhere in another institution because of their qualifications, because of their age. They are highly marketable, so they are able to move and get other positions elsewhere. So that's what they tell us during the exit interviews. But just to emphasize that we have filled all the senior management positions besides the two that were vacated recently. And I must say, probably last time we presented, yes, when we presented the APP, we had just appointed the executive manager, Coastal, PII Coastal, and the CFO joined the institution in March this year. So those positions have been filled. So we don't have a huge vacancy rate amongst the senior management positions. It's only those two that vacated recently. With regards to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the PFMA is very clear in terms of how fruitless and wasteful expenditure should be dealt with. There must be an investigation, and then subsequent to the investigation, the matter must be presented to the Financial Misconduct and Loss Control Committee, which is a committee that we have in the institution, and that's the committee that then makes a recommendation to the CEO, depending on the merits of the matter, whether to write off or to recover from the incumbent. And we do that diligently, and we do hold people account where we make them pay for whatever they have lost, especially on fruitless expenditure, because there's a tendency by people to say, I've lost my laptop. So if the investigation reveals that you were negligent in the manner in which you managed that or you handled your laptop, then we make people then pay for those laptops. I'm first going to deal with the questions that I have to deal with, and then I'm going to ask some of my colleagues to assist me to respond to others. We have done a calculation with regards to Mr. Horn's question regarding the calculations for the cost of the impeachment. We have a breakdown of all the calculations of the legal fees. As at the end of March, we had spent 30.1 million rands, but as we stand today, we had already spent 30.5 million rands, and that includes the legal fees themselves that were paid to the PP's legal counsel, which amounted to 31.6 million, Travel costs 330,000. And the VIP protectors as well cost us 565,000 rands. And then the legal team as well, at some point we had to pay for them to make sure that the process goes ahead. We paid 348,000 for them. So all in all, we had spent 33.5 million as an institution on the impeachment only. Then the other question from, I think this one came from, I'm gonna ask my manager legal services to respond to the legal issues, but he'll respond after I've responded to all the other questions. The other question then was from about the funded posts. How many of the funded posts? We said we had 372. By the end of the financial year, we had 343 positions filled. And we fill the positions as people leave. However, because of the process that needs to be undertaken, it's not possible to fill a position within a week or even within a month, especially for senior management positions, because after you advertise, there's a time that is allocated for the people, for the position to run an advert. And then you still have to do the shortlisting, you have to do the interviews. Subsequent to the interviews, the recommended candidates are taken through a competency assessment. So that's why it takes up to 3 months in some instances to finalize the process, the recruitment process. But it's not possible to always have 100%, because over the years that I've been in corporate services, in HR, I've never seen a situation where you have 100 people, 100% of all the people, because as somebody joins the institution today, somebody either leaves or they retire, or unfortunately they pass away. So there's always that movement within the institution because people come and go from time to time. But the norm, the acceptable norm is that you need to try and maintain your vacancy rate below 10%. And we're able to maintain it at least at 7% throughout the years. And then, may I at this stage ask the, okay, Honorable Breitenbach, we seem to have lost some of your questions because we were disconnected for a while, but I see the Acting Public Protector has sent me something. So if I can, whilst Ndili is responding to the other, my head of my legal services person is responding to the questions, then I can probably quickly pick up on the questions that we missed when we were disconnected from the system.
Thank you, that's fine.
Okay, it seems as if he stepped out a bit. I'm told that I missed a few questions. I think it was when we were disconnected. There was a question regarding the community-based organizations, whether we've made a presentation to people with disabilities. I must be honest, since I joined this institution, I cannot remember us making a presentation specifically to people with disabilities. But that's why now we engage in the CBOs, because the community-based organizations are the people who are supposed to help us as well, identify those people in communities so that we can reach out to those people, because we are mindful of the fact that that's a group of vulnerable people that we could be missing out in terms of service provision as the public protector. And in the current financial year, we've made a deliberate plan to make sure that we reach out to those people, because they are a critical stakeholder. And because of their vulnerability, they are people who are prone probably to abuse by even state institutions. So that's why we identified them as a key stakeholder that needs to be reached within this financial year. But previously, I cannot remember, over the last 2 years since I joined PPSA, I cannot remember an instant where we deliberately had a session with people with disabilities, but it is on the cards for this year because we have realized. That's why even when we deploy technology now, we know we deploy all sorts of technology, but we are mindful of the fact that we might not be reaching out to them because of their disability. They might not still be able to access our services. So we will make plans to make sure that we reach out to them. Yes, again, in with regards to the process to recover the money from the public.
CEO, you need to be more specific than that. The issue of disability has been with us for a very long time, and we don't expect institution of state at this late hour just to be giving us broad statements on how they are trying to reach out and recruit people with disability. There is a government policy that at least 2% of people living with disability should be recruited. I think by now you should have made concerted effort, and we should be seeing your concrete plans of ensuring that there are people with disability within the organization.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I fully agree with the Chairperson. With regards to recruitment itself, specifically, our HR now has been given instruction to go to talk to institutions like Disabled People of South Africa, DPSA, when we recruit, to make sure that we also tap into that. But there are other institutions that they said they're exploring, as well as the institutions of higher learning, because you find that there are people with disabilities who attend classes somewhere. So they are making efforts to reach out to those people as well as the SETAs. We had also, because some people go through learnerships with SETAs, people with disabilities go through those learnerships. So we're also approaching the SETAs then to make sure that the SETAs can help us identify these people with disabilities who we can probably approach, even not wait for them to apply, but who we approach to make sure that we it's a pity that we have been very cautious to advertise positions lately, because we were just managing the risk of the budget cuts. But it seems as if we are not going to be getting any budget cuts as PPSA in this financial year. So which means as soon as we continue with the recruitment, then we will definitely intensify that. I was talking more on the other stakeholders, the community stakeholders that might want to access our services. There, I don't think we have actually made efforts in the past to reach out to the community, but we are in the process of producing the brochures that we have in Braille to enable those who can read to read in Braille. So it's a process that we had started, and we wanted, that's why I said there are plans in the current financial year to reach out to those people that we believe are vulnerable and we are not reaching out to. And the disability sector is one of those people that we will be reaching out to. And as I was saying, with regards to the recovery of the money for the accommodation of the public protector, we have started the process. We have done the calculations and everything. But however, the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure framework that is applicable, issued by the National Treasury, only applies to employees. It doesn't apply to executive authority. So that's why we decided that maybe we should do all the calculations of everything that probably needs to be recovered, and then make a full presentation to the National Treasury so that we can get guidance. Because what we have now only applies to executive authorities. It applies to employees and not executive authority. That's why we felt the Treasury should be able to guide us. But in line with the principle of recovering from anybody who commits fruitless expenditure, Treasury will guide us, and I'm sure they will give us the go-ahead to recover, and then we will then start the process of recovering.
But sorry, CEO, when did you realize, or when did your system start picking up that there is an irregular expenditure in that area? Because I think it's about 2.1 million. I mean, if you have a robust systems, they should not start to work when a person is out. So when did you start realizing that that accommodation issue is irregular?
The information is there. The information on the accommodation is there. But we didn't want to approach Treasury in piecemeal, because besides the accommodation, the information, the expenditure on accommodation, We want to check whether there isn't any other. Remember, there were court orders, personal costs that were given to the PP. And at some point, we got a sense that some could have been paid by the Public Protector South Africa. So we want to do all the calculations of every money that we could have paid, that we shouldn't have paid as an institution from 2016 to date, to make sure that when we approach Treasury, we approach Treasury holistically, because we don't want to go to Treasury in piecemeal. The accommodation is clear, it's there because we paid Public Works directly. So that information is there. But with regards to the legal fees, then we have to go through all the legal invoices and pick up on those that we shouldn't have paid as the Public Protector. A case in point is a matter of the Speaker, is the Public Protector versus the DA, the Democratic Alliance, which is a defamation of character matter. We understand that previously the institution paid for that, and we believe we shouldn't have paid for that as an institution, because the institution was not the one that was defamed, but it was an individual. And we believe that we shouldn't have paid because the matter happened before the Public Protector assumed office. So it was not supposed to be paid. So it's all those, and it's a question of going through all the invoices from 2016 now to check which ones were we not supposed to pay. And then when we write to Treasury, we want to say, this is the total amount that needs to be recovered. Tell us, guide us in terms of how then do we recover all this money from the individual.
With respect to the accommodation, I think it was 2.1 million. Yes. Did the institution advise the Public Protector that this is not in accordance with the prescripts of the law?
This is a matter that started in I think she moved into that house in 2018, 19. So at that stage, we found something subsequent to the former PP being suspended. We found something that says there was an attempt by the Chief of Staff, the then Chief of Staff, to advise that pointed that the state cannot pay for this. And subsequently, we also then found a letter that was written by the then Minister of Public Works, the letter that said to her she needs to sign a stop order towards the payment of rental. But it's a pity that that information doesn't seem to have been given to the institution. It was kept somewhere. It only came out after we appointed the Senior Manager Legal Services, who started then digging and talking to people, and then all this information came forward. So that's why it's only now then we're doing the calculations and everything, because we believe she was advised that this cannot be paid for by the state. However, the advice was not yielded.
And then with respect to the legal costs, the defamation case and the other costs, was she advised that the PPSA is not legally bound to pay?
That's why we're still searching, because we haven't found any information so far. That's why we're going through all the legal records to determine if even the person who appointed the legal representation, probably in the memo, could have mentioned. We're still trying to find that. And so far, we haven't found anything to that effect, but we're still looking. That's why we say probably we shouldn't rush into approaching Treasury to say this is the figure, because what if we miss something else? We just want to make the full calculations, and we believe we are closer to getting to the total amount, and we should be able to approach the National Treasury within the next week or two with regards to that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. My legal person has gone out. Maybe we should rather give the Public Protector, the acting Public Protector, to respond to some of the matters that I could have missed, and then we'll come back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, CEO. Okay, Chairperson, let me start with the lighter matters, just to clarify. I think CEO has forgotten. The Public Protector was the former public protector was very well advised of the issue of the home that she was living in. Hence, at some stage, she had to move to a less costly place whilst we were still verifying with SAPS the circumstances under which she was living at that accommodation, which was paid for by the office. And as we were investigating the matter, the documentations were not properly forthcoming, considering that the current CEO was not the CEO at the time, and basically the executives who are from CEO, CFO, were not the executives at the time when this incident took place, but also from the part of the SAPS. The current commissioner was not the commissioner, the head of SAPS at the time when these incidences took place. But we then subsequently received the information, and SAPS having said that there was no authorization from their side in the form of the security report. It is then that the institution then requested the PP to vacate the housing. So it was brought to her attention. The legal costs regarding cases that the PPSA was not supposed to have paid for, this issue was also brought to the attention of the public protector. Hence, we discontinued payment of these cases immediately after her suspension. This also involves some of the litigation that took place in the Western Cape. So when we did that, we actually brought that to her attention. Now, the reason why we have not properly finalized these, there has been consultation with National Treasury, and as CEO says, the issue of her not being an employee but an executive authority and there not being precedence in that respect has been a bit of a hassle, but also our resources at legal services to then properly and timeously or speedily rather do these calculations has really hindered us. So we are busy with that. Advocate van der Merwe is busy with that, but unfortunately he has been taken by a little bit of ill health. Further, on the figures that the CEO gave on the on the fees for the Section 194 inquiry, there is a 900,000 rands that we have still not paid, and that is the amount that Advocate van der Merwe is busy verifying. And unfortunately, we are verifying it on our own, Honorable Chair, so it is taking a bit of time, but we have not effected payment in this regard until we have satisfied ourselves that indeed this money is payable. And if I may just remind honorable members that this is the amount, part of it, which involves the withdrawal of the attorneys, other attorneys taking over, others withdrawing again, and others taking over. So those who've withdrawn have produced invoices ranging from 500,000 and so forth. And our issue is that the result of the work that they claim that they have done is what they cannot prove. They've read the records and then what? So are we then liable for reading of records that really have got no output? So that is really the issue that we are dealing with. Regarding the issue of the gratuity, Honorable Juan, at no stage has PPSA even made an attempt to try and say that amount, we will consider paying that amount, or whether that amount is payable or not. The determination for the public protector and the deputy public protector is not done by the institution, is done by processes outside of the institution. So what the institution has done in this respect is really to approach Parliament. The latest report or communication we received from their legal services is that they were in a process of procuring a senior counsel to give them a legal opinion, and this was also communicated by Parliament to the media. Now, the challenge of PPSA obtaining a legal opinion in respect of a function of a determination that is not the function of the PPSA is that the legal opinion might say whether the money is payable or not, but it would not say it's that for PPSA to do, but it would say it is for a particular body to do, and that is the body that is really responsible for the determination of the terms and conditions of the public protector. So therefore, that is where that issue is at this stage, that Parliament is interacting with it, and they had said they are procuring, or in the process of procuring, a senior counsel for a legal opinion. Now, Honorable Horn, on the inaccuracies in the report, this is really, it was a really very shocking experience to us. I really want to assure honorable members that monthly we interact with our reports, with our statistics from both corporate services and core business. Quarterly, there is a leadership meeting where EXCO actually reports to me on the particular performances of the institutions, and we've got reports and all. But what is very clear that happened here, which we are also stating in our reasons for the revised report, is that the final report after the quality assurance, which I too was sitting on, it is clear that that report was tampered with. And by the time it was done, we had all satisfied ourselves, including me, because I was sitting in that final quality assurance, and that is before the quality assurance that EXCO had undertaken in respect of this particular issue. And at that stage, we also state that there was an issue of the signatures, where the said former employee had requested my signature and the CEO's signature in order to append to the report. For security reasons, we refused to give her the signatures and said it's unprecedented in the institution, to which indeed, evidently, she didn't take kindly. So when the report was then sent and the signatures were appended, we were satisfied that we had just come out of a quality assurance. We had interacted and read this report. Never in our wildest of dreams did we ever think that a report would be tampered with at that particular stage. But Honorable Horn and Honorable Breitenbach, we really now, one of the things that we've done is a calendar that at least gives us even a week or 2 weeks before for us to finalize quality assurance, and then thereafter be able to have individual checking before each and every one signs, which is really something that we could not have foreseen that somebody would tamper at that stage. But also what we are doing, we are filling the position of the senior manager strategy very soon. Just to add, Honorable Horn, on the issue of the filling of the vacancies, we do have one executive vacancy that's outstanding. That is of the executive manager for customer service and stakeholder relations. And that's because the COO, which we have appointed, is internal. So she was an internal candidate, and as a result of the appointment, she's been promoted, and therefore it leaves us with the vacancy of an executive manager. We have advertised that vacancy. We are interviewing for that vacancy next week. So I confirm what the CEO says on the other issues, that we have not left any vacancies because the position of the public protector requires to be filled. Just to add on the exit interviews, just one aspect. We've had one employee who was in our Mpumalanga province who actually mentioned that the environment was not conducive, hence they were leaving. Now, what we are doing, honorable members, is that we have intensified our ICAS on the employee wellness. I hold quarterly meetings with staff in their entirety to find out about their well-being, their environment. But I've also stressed upon the CEO and the rest of EXCO that we need to ensure that PPSA becomes a conducive environment. But what we have done recently, which has never been done in the history of the PPSA, that we have actually developed an investigative induction and training manual. And this training manual actually enables us, even before the employees starts in the institution. There is a 5-day training that we run, firstly, that inducts them into the institution, but which puts them in a position that by the time they go to the required office, they actually are aware of the workings of the PPSA and they are familiar with the PPSA. I also have meetings quarterly with all the I call them the newcomers within the institution, to get their views of the institution and also get inputs from them on how we can better the environment for them. So we have actually really addressed this issue of an employee who was not happy with the environment. On the issue of the disabled, Honorable Nihal Drahan, in fact, we have started to print our information pamphlets in Braille, so that aspect we have done. Unfortunately, we have attempted to do the outreach, particularly to the deaf, but what has really hampered us in this is the issue of budget, because we then have to get an interpreter and so forth, but it is our priority, and that has been communicated to communications, and really I hope that the next time we appear before this committee, we'll be able to give much more progress in this respect. On the issue of recruitment of the disabled, the challenge that we've had is that this process would also require headhunting, and headhunting has been a little bit expensive. It's a process that we've not been able to embark on, and we even in other positions that we've not been able to recruit on, but it is definitely going to become a priority since our budget has not been cut for this financial year. And we commit, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that the next time we appear before this committee, we will be able to report favorably in respect of those two issues. And we truly take them seriously as it is. So I just want to emphasize that the issue of the recovery, how it should be done and so forth, that is in process, and we are taking that particular issue very seriously. Beefing up quality assurance in its entirety, Honorable Breitenbach, we have put in a lot of mechanisms in terms of beefing up issues of quality assurance. And I just want to link this with the decline in the finalization of matters year on and year on. Truth is, PPSA has not been reporting on the entirety of its matters. It would, in the main report on the matters as deliverables, on the matters that have been finalized by the public protector. Hence, for this financial year, we've actually included the finalization of the entire matters. Having said that, this is directly linked for this financial year that we are reporting on. This is directly linked to the issue of quality assurance, because what we had to do when I started acting was basically to assess matters from all over, not just matters, to assess our systems from intake, to see why at the end of a matter we would find ourselves with so many discrepancies. And I must say, honorable members, that what we have found and what we have corrected now, which actually also beefs up our quality assurance, is that our complaints forms were not sufficient to be able to take us through the process, properly understand the complaint and so forth. And we have now amended saying, so that would at least assist us now that we've got quality assurance from the inception and until the end. But we do have what we call the full bench committee. We do have branch committees. We do have the COO's committee. And now we are also going to strengthen the COO's office for her to have staff who will also be able to assist her with quality assurance at that particular level. But what we've also done is that decision-making on whether a matter is being accepted on the roll or not is now being made at the highest level by executive managers, whereas before they were actually made at intake by investigators or a senior investigator, and some of them had never interacted or investigated a matter before. And that is a matter that is supposed to have a lifeline within the institution and be at the end decided upon by the public protector. So we have actually rectified those and actually strengthened those. And issues of jurisdictional issues of Section 6(9), we actually found that those are matters that in some instances, unfortunately, it was cases that were closed in most instances, that they were taken, a decision was taken by people who didn't even have a delegation of that. And we have also corrected that particular issue. Regarding Honorable Breitenbach, the issue of submission of the report to the information regulator, I'm informed that in the knowledge management section, unfortunately, we struggled with capacity, and also which we are now addressing through our digitization process, is that our information, it is not institutionalized. The information lies in somebody's laptop, and if they can't find it, it becomes a struggle for the institution. So we are now redressing this particular issue. But when Advocate van der Merwe took the senior management position upon his promotion during this reporting year, we then advertised the post and actually got a very experienced manager to deal with issues of information and knowledge management in the institution, who will be working very closely with Advocate van der Merwe. So indeed, this will not happen again, because the reasons are that we struggled with getting the information because, firstly, of the storage of the information, but secondly, of the capacity between that unit. That unit only had 2 people, Advocate van der Merwe, as well as a researcher, a very junior researcher at the time. The issue by Honorable Hendricks.
Sorry, Pipi.
Yes,
sorry, Pipi, before you proceed, yes, on that issue, the question asked by Honorable Breitenbach, did you meet with the information regulator just to explain the challenges so that relations are built from that and from that one going forward? And because if there's no communication, then the regulator might feel snagged.
Honorable Chair, I'm advised that Advocate van der Merwe did have a communication with the Office of the Information Regulator. On my side, I haven't had an opportunity to meet with the Information Regulator, but I will definitely ensure that I do meet with her. But they understood the reasons for which we had failed to submit on time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the questions of Honorable Hendricks, speedy resolution of processes, what we have done now from our intake is we are revising our processes, our templates and so forth. We are very clear from intake how intake is done. There's a first quality assurance that's done by intake before the matter goes to us. Assessment, and we also have what we call a rapid response team that is run from our call center on calls that come in. We don't just merely register matters, those matters that can merely be referred to departments which are referred by ourselves. We do not send the complainants to refer, and we make follow-up on the assistance and the resolution for the complainant on those particular matters. For instance, matters of IDs. We've also now opened up on matters of UIF, because once we get involved, there is actually a response from the UIF. But considering the current challenges that are happening within the UIF, we are actually considering a systemic investigation in that regard, because there are a number of those matters that actually come before us. Now, the issue of limiting JSE companies from approaching the PPSA with their challenges, we actually have very limited of those cases, which I can't remember at hand. But the actual truth, Honorable Chair, it's small business who come before us, because they actually do not have the money, and they are the ones who come before us. But we also properly evaluate these particular matters before we get involved or mediate or even embark on an investigation on these particular matters. And what we have now done, actually, we have launched a systemic investigation into payments that take place after the 30-day period, because there might be different reasons why these particular payments happen at the time, considering that departments actually take large surpluses back to National Treasury, but also the factor of bribery and corruption within the system. So that is why we've actually embarked on this particular systemic investigation. I do not know, Chairperson, if there's anything that I may be leaving out. If honorable members may kindly remind me, but I've tried my best to be able to record and actually, hopefully, to the best of our ability, have responded to the honorable members. Where we have not done so, please accept that it is not intentional. We endeavor by all means to give accurate and satisfactory information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see hands here. I'm not sure whether these are old hands or new hands. Honorable Nieuwhout, Johan, and Honorable Horn. Are those new hands or old hands?
It's new, Chair.
Also
Okay.
new, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Nieuwhout, Johan.
Great, thank you, Chair. And thank you to the PPSA team for their presentation, and thank you, Chair, for the more clarity that you added with regard to people with disabilities and the hiring of disabled people. I just want to say, you know, many government entities or government departments outsource outsource to HR companies to do the hiring, advertising, hiring, and the interviews. I'm hoping the Department of Justice is also present, because I do want to say that sometimes I wonder if these HR agencies are sensitized about people with disabilities. Okay, and the reason why I'm saying this is that this deaf person who is a lawyer, graduated with a law degree, applied for a position. He was told to bring somebody, and he asked, do you mean somebody like a sign language interpreter? And then they said, no, just bring somebody to assist you. Okay, so by now, our government departments or HR agencies should know that a deaf person, when they are coming, they need to prepare a sign language interpreter. So there are various ways to get interpreters. And many of our deaf people do not want to put in their CVs or applications that they are deaf. They don't want to put that because they know that they will never be called to an interview. They will never be shortlisted. They will never be hired, or their applications will be set aside. And it should be, especially with government departments and entities, make sure those who do the advertising and the hiring to be aware that, and the interviews, to be aware that a deaf person would need a sign language interpreter. So I'm just wondering whether the departments do sensitize those companies who they outsource to, sensitize those HR companies who do the recruitment, to give them an understanding, to be sensitive to disability issues. That's the only point I wanted to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Horn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also have a follow-up in respect of the 2.1 million. It was not quite clear to me whether the Public Protector has already engaged National Treasury formally or not, or whether that is still to happen. so that it would be good to hear whether it has happened, when, and if Treasury has come back with advice, and if it has not happened formally yet, by when does the PP office foresee that it will happen. But in addition to that, Chair, I want to say that in my reading of the Public Finance Management Act and looking at the common law responsibilities of executive authorities, it does not necessarily, in my view, mean that the lack of provisions within the Public Finance Management Act, which really primarily deals with the responsibilities of the accounting authority and the oversight responsibilities of the executive authority, that in the absence of provisions in the PFMA to hold responsible an executive authority who directs, gives a direction which results in wasteful expenditure, that there can be an argument that that prevents holding that executive authority responsible. Section 64, of course, says that if all of this is in writing, and I get a sense from the answers to the question that there was clear advice, hopefully in writing. There was firstly a responsibility then to file a report with Treasury. And while it stopped short of then saying what should happen, it's quite clear in terms of our common law, as confirmed in a vast number of cases, that then in the case of intent or gross negligence on the part of the executive authority, that the executive authority must be held responsible. So that, but the second part is just a comment. It would be appreciated if we can get some more accurate detail as to how this engagement with Treasury will unfold, and if it has yet, whether Treasury has responded. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. Acting Public Protector.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Neho Drahan. Firstly, we don't use an agency to recruit. We recruit directly through newspapers, and as I've alluded before, even the headhunting has been a challenge for us because of the lack of resources. So likewise, in respect of the agency, we are unable to actually engage with the agencies because of the money that is involved in the recruitment process. Therefore, we cannot afford to outsource the function as yet. Honorable Horn, in respect of, if I may just also say, Honorable Chair, that on the disabled, particularly the deaf, we've also attempted to utilize the African Ombudsman Research Center, for which PPSA is the chairperson, that actually does outreach, training, workshops, and so forth. But the challenge in this respect is that AOP has also been facing many challenges, and therefore we have suspended issues of all forms of data application and outreach where we do not have the internal resource. However, the IOI has provided the IOC with the funding, and we will definitely utilize the particular platform as well for our outreach as PPSA, as it is for all African ombudsmen. So definitely it is on the priority list there. Now, Honorable Horn, I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. The PFMA indeed does make provision for accountability for an accounting authority or the executive authority. But because this particular issue is unprecedented, so the issue was the process in respect of this. Yes, there has been informal discussions, not once with National Treasury, but more than once in respect of this particular issue. And once all of the money involved has been properly calculated and determined, it is then, which we are hoping it is going to be very soon. We are really treating this matter with utmost urgency, which we are hoping is very soon. We will then officially write to the National Treasury, and we are also on our side putting our heads together for determining the proper process, because we do not want to be found at fault because of a process. So we want to ensure that the process that we undertake in this respect is a process that can stand legal scrutiny under the circumstances. So I do not know if that answers your question, Honorable Hon, through your chairperson.
Thank you very much, Acting Public Protector. There is one issue that the CEO raised, which I just need clarity. She said that I'm not sure whether it was the CEO or your Acting Public Protector, that an application has been made to CARA for recruitment of skilled staff. On the face of it, for me, it is a serious risk that you can recruit skilled staff from a money or from a fund that funds specific projects and not money coming from National Treasury, because, I mean, how sustainable will that be? What if after a year or two, CARA does not fund you? So if you can get some clarity on that.
Most definitely, Chair. That would be periodic based. It would be based on a project. It will not be permanent staff that we would be able to get. It would be critical skills that would assist us with the projects that we have identified, and actually it's projects that we have already approved. So they would be linked to those projects, but also they would assist us for that particular period, which we would budget for it in line with the finances that will be provided. Also assist us with skills transfer of those critical skills. It will not be permanent staff, I assure the committee there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Horn, are you answered?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think for now the answer suffice. I think we must maybe just ask to be, as a committee, be kept in the loop as to how this matter unfolds further.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nibos Dokhan. Are you satisfied?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Now, let me take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Public Protector for the report and for the work done, despite the glitch that has happened. But we are happy that you have been able to maintain and not dip in terms of your performance. You are still at 86%. We would like to encourage you that in the next term, you should be above 90%. We move, I think the next parliament should, by the end of the next parliament, we should be able to achieve 100% in terms of your performance. But we know that you have been working under very difficult conditions, which we are appreciate, and we would like to express our word of gratitude to all the staff members of PPSA and to yourself, Acting Public Protector, for coming on top despite those difficult circumstances. We would like to get an update for the purposes of our own legacy reports on the issues that you have committed, that you are going to update us. Your discussions with National Treasury, I think if you can update us at least by end of November, on how far are you, so that it would assist us to incorporate some of those issues into our legacy report. There is an issue that you raise, which I think the next Parliament should really work on. You raised an issue that the Portfolio Committee on Sport has assisted you in ensuring that those who do not comply do comply. In fact, I would like to make a proposal to this committee that as part of our legacy report, what we should be recommending to Parliament as a way of working going forward is that either at the beginning of the year or during BRRR processes, we have the Auditor General, the PPSA, and the Public Service Commission just giving us a state of, in fact, and what is in the Office of the President's Monitoring and Evaluation, giving us a state of affairs. All those institutions give Parliament and give an address to Parliament, even if it's chairperson and whip, but preferably to all members of Parliament, so that even the work of the Public Protector, South African Human Rights Commission, it's not seen just as the work of reporting to the Portfolio Committee of Justice, but it would be important to say under the year, in the year under review, this is the state of affairs. This is how far we are in terms of systemic issues. This is how far we are in terms of the capacity of the state. This is how far we are in terms of the audit reports. And these are the issues that committees should be focusing on in this financial year. So we have a more integrated way of getting that particular information. And maybe the Public Protector and other institutions now will be able to say in that meeting, these are the challenges we are getting from Department A, Department B. They are not responsive when we want this information and that information. And so that Parliament, various committees, not only the Portfolio Committee on Justice, will be able to, as part of their work, integrate that as part of their work for the financial year and make those committees, in fact, those entities and departments to account, and even executive authorities. So I would suggest that maybe we must give that some thought to ensure that there is also an integration in the way we do oversight. We're able to get an audit report, we're able to get the report of the Public Protector, the Public Service Commission, or even maybe South African Human Rights Commission. I think that with that approach, Parliament might be much more effective in oversight. And I think even those departments, entities, and organs of states that do not want to be cooperative, they would know that even through pointed parliamentary questions, pointed oversight, that they will have to account. So I would suggest that maybe it's something that we must give that a thought, and as part of what we have learned in the 6th administration, and we propose to the 7th administration, and how we also, and we did try as this Portfolio Committee to invite audit committees to also give us some reports, how also that issue is consolidated, that it's not only one committee that does that, and it is part of our tools to ensure that we get a good picture of what is happening in our organs of state and departments. And that is what I would suggest, honorable members. And once more, this is our last meeting with yourselves as a Public Protector South Africa. This has been a very long journey, but I think we leave you positive that the road ahead is positive, in the sense that the institution has done a lot of self-reflection and it is prepared to take the next journey, having thoroughly reflected, and it's quite aware of the challenges facing our state, and it is going to live up to those challenges. So we are very pleased, and we think that even the dip that you have experienced, you'll be able to recover from. The one on clean audit. Our view as the committee is that generally a clean audit should be the basic of any functional organization. It should not be taken as a premium. In fact, this thing of celebrating clean audits, I don't really support it. I mean, any a proper functioning organization should, as a bare minimum, have a clean audit. Then you must look at the clean audit plus the performance of the organization, and then we look at the clean audit performance of the organization and the impact that performance makes to the general population of our country, how our people feel about the work that you are doing, how the work that you are doing changes the lives of our people. I think that is the ultimate goal, because if we are going to have organizations, as we have seen before, having clean audits, but there is no material change to the lives of our people, it becomes an academic exercise. And sometimes other organizations have clean audit, but you discover serious levels of corruption. So we should there must be a link between clean audit, performance of the organization, and the impact that our people, and the impact on the lives of our people. Thank you very much for this engagement. It was really fruitful, and I think you were able to answer questions to the satisfaction of members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members for the opportunity. We truly appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee Secretary, thank you very much. Do we have the next presenters for our public hearings?
May we kindly be excused, Chairperson?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Invite you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Honorable Nigo.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just have a few minutes break, please?
Yes,
maybe till noon.
Yes. Let's just verify this point. Is whether Sia, do we have the presenters for the divorce bill?
Okay, I'm just trying to confirm with the Women's Legal Center. Also indicated that they were going to join at 12 exactly.
Okay, so can we break until 12 o'clock?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Colleagues, do we have representatives of the Women Legal Center here?
Recording stopped.
Can we start? We are starting with our public hearings on the Divorce Amendment Bill, B22 of 2023. Our first
Recording in
presenter
progress.
will be the Women's Legal Center. You will have 15 minutes. Can we start now with the Women's Legal Center? Have they joined?
I have, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving the Women's Legal Center the opportunity to address the Portfolio Committee this morning. My name is Charlene May, and I'm a senior legal practitioner at the Women's Legal Center. Specifically, I work in our focus area around equality in relationships. And just a little bit of background for members who may not know who we are. The center effectively is a public interest or strategic litigation center. We have been in existence for over 20 years. We litigate before the courts in our country, but we also provide advocacy, education, and strategic outreach to women across the country. Our focus area around equality in relationships is specifically focused on trying to advance women's rights in all relationships that they have, whether those are marriages, divorces, at death, or whether they are cohabitating in domestic partnerships. Of course, we come before this committee to present orally on the written submissions that we've made. I'm not going to go into too great detail because you would have received those written submissions, but it's perhaps important just to note that the amendments that is being discussed and deliberated by yourselves
in part as necessitated by litigation that was brought by the Women's Legal Center Trust. And the litigation that we brought in December of 2014 was to seek legal recognition under a legislative framework of Muslim marriages in our country. Muslim marriages right now not having been included in or within the ambit of the existing marriage law framework that we have in the country. Of importance is that the Constitutional Court, of course, in June of 2022, declared that the Divorce Act, the Marriages Act, the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act was unconstitutional in as far as it did not legally recognize Muslim marriages. And the court has given effectively the state legislative machinery 24 months in which to address the defects or the defaults in the legislation, either by amending existing legislation or enacting new legislation. And I think that what is before us for consideration in the amendment to the Divorce Act is the attempt being made by the Department of Justice to amend existing legislation to ensure that Muslim marriages are recognized and that avenues of regulation and protection is given to Muslim women, especially as the Constitutional Court has found that they in particular are vulnerable at the termination and the end of marriages. I want just to reflect a little bit around that vulnerability, as I think that it's important for once the committee really looks at the amendments that are being proposed, because or given the fact that that Muslim marriages aren't recognized within our legislative framework, it has really meant that upon the dissolution of that marriage as a result of irretrievable breakdown, Muslim women are unable to approach a divorce court and obtain a divorce order. Muslim women have been unable to have the estates that they've accumulated, the assets, property, financial resources, money, whatever that estate might be made up of. They've been unable to approach a divorce court and seek just division of that estate. And so the challenge really for Muslim women have been that very often upon the religious dissolution of their marriage, and because they haven't been able to come to court, they've very often been left destitute. They have been denied rights and access to housing or property that may have been accumulated during the course of the marriage. And very often they've struggled to access services for their children through the Office of the Family Advocate because the automatic mechanisms that come into place through the Divorce Act and its implementation hasn't extended to the protection of those children. And so that's really what found or what we see as the foundation of some of the arguments that were made to the Constitutional Court and that led to their decision in June. And that brings us to this portfolio committee for now considering the amended legislation that is before it. I think that it's important to consider that in particular in the respect of the Divorce Act, there's very particular protection mechanisms that's in place and that parties can rely on upon the dissolution of a marriage. And it's not just around the dissolution itself, of course, but the fact that the Divorce Act deals with exactly how property needs to be divided and provides guidance on how not just what parties can ask for, but also what courts can determine and how courts can weigh up facts that are presented to them to ensure that there is just and equitable distribution of the estates that's been accumulated or developed through the course of a Muslim marriage. If we look at some of the content around around the bill. Overwhelmingly, I think that the Women's Legal Centre is supporting the draft legislation that's before the committee. We think that the simplified language that is being proposed as amendments will greatly assist in the actual implementation of the legislation. For us, it's been very important, and I think for the women that come to us for legal assistance, that they understand the content of laws, that they see themselves reflected in legislation, and that legislation then becomes user-friendly, in the sense that they feel that not only can it be applied to their personal circumstances, but that it's also easier for them to go to court and approach court to be able to seek access to the justice that's being proposed through the legislation. And so in saying that we welcome the simple definition that's being proposed by the bill for a Muslim marriage, we think that by simplifying it and really just seeking to incorporate and include protection for Muslim marriages, at the same time, I think recognizing that there's different ideologies or tenets within the religion, but that the bill is not going into the detail around what that is, but simply saying if you will identify that your marriage has been solemnized in terms of the tenets of Islam, that you find protection now under this legislation. And so I think that makes it easy as we go forward, as I said, in terms of the implementation, that Muslim women will see themselves reflected in the legislation, and it'll make it easier for them to approach legal representations or obtain that legal representation, but also for them to be able to engage with legal processes before the court. We support the inclusion and the extension of Section 3 of the Divorce Act to include provisions for the dissolution of a Muslim marriage in the same manner as other marriages in South Africa. I think that was one of the contentious issues that was before the Constitutional Court, was this notion of how Muslim marriages, because primarily it is a religion that's practiced by people of color or Black people in our country, how the religious aspect of the recognition of that was relegated to unimportance in the previous apartheid regime. And so very much this legacy of apartheid is being addressed through this legislation by treating Muslim marriages in the same manner as other marriages in our country. It eradicates automatically the hierarchy that often is present within our society around the concept of marriages. And so we want to say that we welcome the inclusion and the recognition. We think it's in line with the Constitutional Court order that's been made. We also welcome especially the amendment that's being proposed in Clause 3 that will amend Section 6(1) and 3 of the Divorce Act that will now give recognition and protection to children born from Muslim marriages. That protection will extend to the Office of the Family Advocate and will ensure that the best interest of the child in terms of Section 28 is being upheld at the dissolution of Muslim marriages. We welcome the inclusion set out in Clause 4, which looks at enabling women to claim assets and property that would be accumulated during the course of the marriage and that may not be held under their name. We know that very often the women that we work with, the women that come to the Center for Legal Advice, will very often tell us that assets that have been accumulated during the marriage is registered in the name of the partner. And even though women may have worked towards financially acquiring that property, the fact that their husband's name or that the property is registered in their husband's name would frustrate greatly their ability to share in or to be able to split that asset at the dissolution of the marriage. And so it's important that Clause 4 has been included because I think it recognizes the very lived realities of Muslim women. I think it also recognizes very importantly the patriarchy that still exists within our society. We have to keep in mind that very often women don't work outside of the home, but work very hard inside of the home. And so that unpaid care work that takes place inside of the home that isn't necessarily economically valued does contribute towards the enrichment of an estate and enables the creation very often of a joint estate between parties. And so it's important then to ensure—
3 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's important then to ensure that at the dissolution of the marriage, that women are able to share equitably with their partner in terms of property that they've accumulated. I want us to move particularly to the issue where we have raised some concerns, and that relates to the retrospectivity of what is being proposed in the draft bill. The draft bill is relying on the interim order that has been made by the Constitutional Court. And I think, as we say in our written submission, that what that does is that it restricts the relief and the recognition that women have in Muslim marriages to women within a particular time frame. And what we want to try or what we've tried to do in the litigation of this case is really to go back to the beginning of our constitutional dispensation and to be able to give relief to as many women as we possibly can. And so we really want to ask that there be some consideration given to the retrospectivity and the possibility of extending that back to the adoption of the Constitution so that we can ensure that as many women are protected and that women are not left behind. This portfolio committee and this parliament has done this in respect of the recognition of customary marriages, in that they've extended recognition to customary marriages that existed prior to the coming into effect of the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act, for instance. And so we really want to say that there isn't really a justifiable reason for why the Divorce Act cannot recognize marriages that were terminated prior to December of 2014, when the litigation that the WLC launched was commenced. I'm going to pause and stop there, and thank you for the opportunity to allow us to present. You have access to our written submission. We've done a short summary that I've presented to you today, and I would be very happy to share that with the Portfolio Committee Secretary as soon as this meeting or my presentation is ended. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please share your summary with the committee secretary. Members, are there any questions or comments? Please do not deliberate. There will be time for deliberation. It's just questions for clarity and comments. Honorable Nivot-Struchen.
Thank you, Chairperson. No deliberations, no questions really, but I would like to say that thank you to the presenters. And yes, I do agree that all women, no matter what religion they are married into, are equal under the law. And so all of the women should benefit from whatever the laws we have to assist them, as the Legal Centre already said. But all in all, thank you very much to the Legal Centre for their presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Let me use the opportunity to thank the Women's Legal Centre for eventually bringing matters to a head. It is indeed appreciated. I also agree with the Women's Legal Centre that in going forward, no woman must be left out. So we can go beyond the recommendation of the Constitutional Court on a date when this becomes effective. Lastly, Honourable Chair, it is in terms of the Sharia, that a woman remains married until the marriage is annulled by a, let's call it a Muslim personal law tribunal. Organizations as the MJC, UXA, the Masjid Ulama of South Africa, they've got to give a certificate of annulment. So even if the woman goes to the divorce court, and for some reason the divorce court also annuls the marriage, in terms of the Sharia, the woman remains married. For purposes of clarity, will the Women's Legal Center have a quarrel with that?
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Over to you, Women's Legal Center.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the comment, and then also just for the question. I think it's important for us to highlight that our positionality has always been to try and ensure that as many women, as I said, that are married in terms of Sharia or the tenets of Islam are able to enjoy the same rights and protections as other women do in our country. For us as the center, we specialize in constitutional law and constitutional litigation. We're not religious experts, and I don't think that even in the case that we argued before the Constitutional Court, we were very careful to say to the Constitutional Court that we are not bringing issues of the content of the religion before the court, and we haven't done that in our submission to the portfolio committee either. So in terms of us taking issue with the content of Sharia or what is being proposed as being the content of Sharia, it's not really our place to comment on the content of the religion. For us, it's much more around whether the legislation that is being proposed meets constitutional muster and then is in compliance with the order that's been handed down by the Constitutional Court. But thank you very much for the engagement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. It's really a follow-up question. If a woman married in terms of Muslim law or Muslim arrangement goes to the divorce court now and obtains a divorce, is she then, for all legal purposes, deemed to have been divorced? Bearing in mind that the Honourable Hendricks says that in terms of Sharia law, she remains married. What will her legal status be? Will she be able to remarry if she so chooses?
Women's Legal Center.
Thank you very much for the question. I think that what is being envisaged through the amendment to the legislation then is definitely if a woman approaches a court, whether it is a magistrate's court sitting as a divorce court or the High Court sitting as a divorce court, once she obtains a divorce order from that court, legally she would be divorced. That divorce court would then dictate what should happen to the estate and how the estate should be dissolved between the parties. And legally, she would be able to hold her husband or her then former husband to that order, and she'd be able to enforce that legally. And I think importantly then, there would be no legal impediments for her to enter into another marriage. It is perhaps useful at this stage to draw attention to the fact that the Department of Home Affairs is in the process of developing a marriage statute that will set out, I believe, in greater detail and will deal in greater detail with marriages and how they are recognized in the country and how they are regulated. And we hope that they will be able to bring that legislation to the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs prior to June of 2024, which is the cutoff date of the Constitutional Court. But that perhaps to Advocate Brayton, but perhaps that legislation will then enforce and provide more legal certainty around the legal consequences of marriage itself and the termination of the marriage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. I think that will be all from the members. Thank you for firstly taking the matter to court and also for assisting us in dealing with the legislation. Thank you very much. We are indebted to the organization for spearheading this fight for the women of South Africa. Thank you very much. You can stay and listen to other presentations, or you are free to do other issues. Can we now invite Cosatu?
Hi, afternoon, Chair. We can start if you want.
Yes, we are ready. Welcome, Mr. Parks.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair. Thanks very much for giving space as Cosatu just to share our views on this bill. I think our presentation is quite simple, and I doubt we'll take the 15 minutes. But nonetheless, Chair, that first, this is really a very important bill. I think as the Women's Legal Center colleagues were just indicating now. So we really do welcome it as COSATU. To be honest, Chair, this is long overdue, but nonetheless, it's a progressive bill, and we do urge as COSATU to Parliament, both houses, to ensure speedy passage. Definitely must be passed into law before the sixth Parliament concludes its work and rises next year. So I think we are keen to see it being expedited. We think it's a fairly simple, fairly straightforward bill, but nonetheless a very important bill, which is going to benefit many, many people. We think it's going to enhance the protection of women and children of Muslim marriages during divorce, including obviously for the separation of assets and also custody proceedings. So we think that's, Chair, it's simple and should be supported by all parties. Chair, whilst we support this bill as COSATU and its passage into law, we do think it's necessary that we have this long promised or long discussed overhaul of our marital laws. I think it really is necessary, it's overdue, just to make sure that whatever remaining legal ambiguities, uncertainties, discrepancies, loopholes that still exist surrounding the full recognition of Muslim marriages are removed. But I think even to other marriages, because in my memory, Chair, and members will know better than me, I think we've done about 5 amendments to the marital laws in the past 4 or 5 years at Parliament, whether it's the Transcar Marriages Act, customary and so forth. I think it's around 5 or so. So it does indicate there's quite a few existing gaps that need to be addressed. And we have, always taken comfort from the Department of Justice and the State Law Review Commission, making commitments to have an overhaul and have a single marital law. But yeah, that just doesn't seem to be happening. And even with regards to the Muslim marriages, this is an issue that we've been discussing since 1994. Many ministers of justice had made commitments, but we just didn't seem to be making movement. So it really is an indictment on us that it took an NGO, Women's Legal Center, to actually intervene and provide leadership on it. But we do welcome their interventions and really appreciate it. Chair, as COSATU, we support the bill because, one, it's obviously constitutionally a necessity. Secondly, it's going to protect the rights of Muslim women during divorce proceedings, and also critically to provide processes which are straightforward for the determination of custody of children from Muslim marriages. And of course, also dealing with the issue of separation of assets in a manner that takes into account the needs of the former spouse and the affected children. Chair, I think we also must say, again, this is an obvious thing. We shouldn't even have to have such a discussion. But women are obviously extremely vulnerable during divorce proceedings for legal, for patriarchal, for socioeconomic, for other reasons. And hence, this amendment bill is really critical. We have seen many times women and children routinely placed at risk of severe hardship during divorces. And obviously, this has been made worse for the hundreds of thousands of Muslim women and children, given the legal ambiguities around the recognition of their Muslim marriages. And this has left many persons, for no fault of their own, at risk of being destitute, in danger of being condemned to poverty or homelessness in such divorces. It also has a perverse effect at times, in some instances, where children and women were forced to remain in abusive marriages out of fear of being left homeless or destitute. So we think this bill is as a progressive step forward to protecting the rights of thousands of Muslim women and children, and ensure they enjoy the same rights as all other South Africans in other marriages. There should be no basis for discrimination against Muslim marriages. Chair, whilst we support this progressive bill, we are really dismayed. It's taken us 29 years to reach this point. It's 3 decades. We shouldn't still even have had to have this discussion 29 years of democracy with regards to the recognition of Muslim marriages. It's been dragging on since 1994. It's beyond anybody's explanation of why this hasn't been resolved many, many years ago through a simple amendment bill or a dedicated bill. And of course, there's been many commitments by DOJ, by the Law Reform Commission, to address a very simple but a very profound constitutional matter. But again, we appreciate the effort of the Women's Legal Center. And I think it does show the value of our constitutional democracy, that civil society can go to court, can have matters declared unconstitutional, and it can have a declaratory order issued by the Concord to Parliament. I think that's a very positive part of our participatory democracy, that this case is now here before us because of the Women's Legal Center's efforts. So we think, Chair, this bill does go a long way in terms of addressing divorce proceedings in Muslim marriages. But again, Chair, we do remain concerned that there may still be some ambiguities, may still be some gaps surrounding the recognition and status of Muslim and even other religious communities' marriages. So I think, Chair, just getting to concluding, whilst we support this very progressive bill, we look forward to it being passed into law. We would really want to say, let's err on the side of caution. Let's have a comprehensive overhaul of our marital laws. Let's look at the drafting in the 7th Parliament of a single marital law caring for all faiths and traditions, to really make sure that indeed all married partners and their children enjoy their full constitutional and the legal rights, and no one is left disadvantaged. Because I think the fact that we've dealt with about 5 or so amendments to our marital laws in the past 5 years does indicate there are significant gaps. And I think there was recently this week another Concord judgment around marital laws and so forth, I think specifically from right around divorce issues. So, Chair, in conclusion, Ms. Kosato, we support this bill. We urge Parliament just to make sure that it is passed into law before Parliament rises, before the elections. And I think, Chair, in the committee's handover report, it would be useful. We would want to suggest that the committee, in its handover report, suggests to the next Parliament that there really should be a comprehensive overhaul of our marital laws by the 7th Parliament. And again, just to ensure that all marriages are recognized and the rights of all women and children, all parties, are fully protected during divorce proceedings. So, Chair, in conclusion, we hope our submission will assist the Portfolio Committee with this important task, and we really do look forward to being passed into law. And again, normally we'll thank the department for tabling a progressive bill. I think in this instance, we must thank the Women's Legal Center for showing leadership to all of us. But thanks very much, Chair, members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew Parks. On behalf of COSATU, we do undertake that this bill will be finalized before the end of November. And we also, I think in our report, we will share your sentiments that Parliament, the 7th Parliament, should look at the overhauling speedily of the marriages regime in South Africa. So we thank you very much for your input. Members, are there any questions or comments? No, I think everything is clear, Mr. Matthew Parks. Your sentiments and your presentation has been very clear. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the public hearings on the Divorce Amendment Bill. Next week, we will receive responses from the department, and we will start with our deliberations so that we finalize the bill and it be debated before the National Assembly to give time also and space for the NCOP to look at the bill and pass the bill before the end of this sixth parliament. Thank you very much. Can we now move to the next phase, public hearings on the regulation of interception of communications and provisions of communications related information amendment bill? Is Amapungane ready?
Chairperson,
Mm-hmm.
the next presenters are not ready. We were supposed to start that session at 2:00. Yeah. But I only saw one, I think it's Premium Ideas, but I don't know if they are ready to go now. But there's one representative from them.
Can we ask them if they are ready?
I see Baker McKenzie. Yeah, I think they've just switched on the video. Maybe they are ready to start.
Chair, with apologies, we were under the impression that we were due to commence at 4 this afternoon. So, but we would be happy to commence early if that would suit the committee and the members and yourself, Chair.
No, thank you very much. No, you are correct. I think we're just trying our luck if we will get people who would be ready to present earlier. We would really be indebted to you if you would be ready to start.
Certainly. I am happy to commence. If I could just have 5 minutes to pull my things together, and I'll be back before the committee in a few minutes.
Okay, can we start at 22:1?
Thank you, Chair.
As Committee Secretary, can you also check other organizations that might be ready before 2?
Thank you, Chair.
Can we start? Can we start?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Daryl Bernstein. I'm an attorney with Baker McKenzie Attorneys, and I've assisted Premium Ideas South Africa with the submissions that were made to the committee in respect of the amendments to RICA. And if the committee is happy for me to commence, I'm happy to commence with our oral commissions. And obviously, on behalf of Premium Ideas South Africa, appreciate the opportunity to do so, and welcome any questions or comments, of course, that may come from the committee or the chair. Premium.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
15 minutes.
Plenty of time. Thank you, Chair. The Premium Ideas South Africa is a company with a relatively unique product offering in terms of the security measures it builds into packaged SIM cards. Premium Ideas helps mobile network operators and telecommunications companies in their way to meet the requirements of RICA. Premium Ideas has noted certain concerns with the non-compliance with RICA, with particular regard to SIM card distribution, which includes unregistered SIM cards proliferating the market and becoming a threat to consumers and to law enforcement. We hear regularly in trials around the country of the impact of these unregistered SIM cards on law enforcement's ability to effectively investigate and ultimately prosecute criminal offences. Premium Ideas' expertise in this field offers it a unique insight and an ability to hopefully assist the committee in contributing to the discussions as regards amendments to RICA and changes to the regime to ensure compliance with the law. At the outset, I must say that while the current amendments to the bill seek to address the order of the court in the Amabungwani matter, we believe it will be valuable to this committee for us to highlight certain other matters that merit consideration in the current bill or future amendments to RICA. They will help to address, in our view, the current grey listing of South Africa and will assist in combating crime as a general proposition. The challenges we have identified relate to the implementation of RICA. Compliance with RICA deals with practical security measures that are not widely adhered to because of certain incentives in relation to the distribution of SIM cards throughout the ecosystem and the economy, in the manner in which mobile network operators provide their SIM cards to the marketplace for use. While RICA has certain requirements for the registration of all SIM cards and cellular phone numbers to facilitate the work of law enforcement, the responsibility for that registration does not always lie with mobile network operators. And in the result and the nature of the value chain, distributors, retailers, and other customers, in a manner that I will explore in slightly more detail in a moment, carry the responsibility for this registration in a manner that is practically problematic and has resulted in a proliferation of unregistered SIM cards in the marketplace. We also propose what we believe are quite simple measures to address these concerns. The measures themselves that are provided for, in particular in Section 40 of RICA, that are not widely adhered to, relate to the proper packaging of those SIM cards so as to secure all unique identifying information contained on those SIM cards. The fact that registration should be completed in terms of FICA at the time of a sale is not in fact the case on implementation. And there are unfortunately not systems in place in the registration of these SIM cards. In the result, what we see is a number of unpackaged, or what we refer to as naked SIM cards, being pushed widely into the South African marketplace in a manner that causes serious challenges for the implementation of RICA. The manner in which RICA is, by virtue of its intent and the letter of the law, not complied with, I mentioned, relates to certain incentives provided in the SIM card value chain. And I will describe that very briefly in order to assist the committee. SIM cards themselves, distributed on a wholesale basis, are effectively a loss leader to mobile network operators, retailers, and distributors in the context of the telecommunications market. The real value is derived from the value-added services, data, airtime, and the like that are loaded onto those SIM cards. So SIM distributors in the ecosystem are incentivized through certain rebates and other bonus incentives to prioritize signing up in large volumes without going through comprehensive processes provided for in RICA. There have been amendments to RICA, and in particular Section 40 over the years, to deal with these issues. But in the result, there has, in fact, as we say in our submissions, been a particular loophole that has arisen in the context of the activation of a SIM card, where the activation of a SIM card for use in the marketplace is not specifically left to mobile network operators, and that obligation does not specifically attract to mobile network operators. We say this because of Section 40, subsection 5, which deals with customer sales. A customer who is entitled to sell a SIM card, a customer is considered a registered user of an already activated SIM card. They are then able to simply obtain the details of the new user of that same SIM card and are obliged to pass that on to the mobile network operator, defined as an electronic communication service provider under RICA, an ECSP. In the result, that obligation no longer accrues to the ECSP, who is regulated under the Act, and there is no follow-up in relation to that distribution, which accounts for tens of millions of SIM cards a month, some 50 million SIM cards a month, which 50 million SIM cards which are pushed into the market as a result of that practice. In the past, SIM cards have been completely enclosed and covered with highly secure tamper-proof packaging with significant security parameters built into those packages, much like one would expect of a bank card, so as to ensure compliance with RICA. Today, and because of the incentives I've referred to, naked SIMs or SIMs with exposed packaging are pushed into the marketplace, which allows for the circumvention of the correct registration of those SIM cards. It also results in a significant volume of pre-registration of SIM cards, which ought not to take place, which is driven once again by those incentives and those rebates, where the electronic communication service providers, the mobile network operators, push naked SIMs into their channel, to their distribution partners on a naked SIM basis. Those naked SIMs are then registered en masse to a juristic person or some other person, rather than being registered to a specific user of that SIM card, an end user. And those SIMs are then in turn pushed into the market, such that an end user does not have to RICA that SIM card. It is effectively ready for use, having been procured on a naked basis. The recommendations we would make to strengthen RICA compliance are relatively simple and should have a significant effect. They relate specifically to the secure packaging of those SIM cards, so as to ensure that naked SIMs are not pushed out into the market in a manner that, while it may induce cost savings or assist with the access to those rebates, would ensure that you could prevent the proliferation of naked or unregistered or pre-RICA'd SIM cards into the marketplace. This could be done in a number of respects. The bill could address measures to prevent the proliferation of unregistered or naked SIMs. Section 40 could be augmented through the adoption of certain security mechanisms to protect that information. The obligation under law for such measures should remain with the ECSP or the mobile network operators, including in relation to the later distribution, registration, and activation of those SIM cards. And we would be in favor of specific penalties for non-compliance with Section 40 of RICA as it presently stands. One could also establish specifications under which the packaging for those SIM cards ought to be protected, whether it be tamper-evident or tamper-resistant packaging, disclaimers in relation to that packaging and the collateral material which accompanies it in relation to the activation and use of those SIM cards, disclaimers in relation to tampering, packaging that adequately covers all of the unique identifiers, the MSISTN and ICCID numbers that attach to those SIM cards, and terms and conditions packaged along with those SIM cards that addresses these issues. In our view, it would go a long way to dealing with the RICA registration issue, which is the primary issue this committee seeks to address in relation to the Mbongwane case, but it would also assist with the country's anti-money laundering efforts, counterterrorism financing matters, and in our view, premium ideas.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll be wrapping up in a minute or two. In our view, these relatively simple requirements would go a long way into addressing these issues, and would also align RICA, and RICA should be expressly aligned with cybercrimes legislation in respect of the responsibilities placed by, for example, the Cybercrimes Act on ECSPs, electronic communication service providers, as key role players in combating cybercrimes. In our view, SIM cards themselves, as well as the data to which they provide customers access, require significant protection. They are effectively able to play the role of financial instruments in most economies and should be protected on that basis. They should be secured on that basis. And those are the basis of our submissions. I will check if there's any other points I would seek to make. Otherwise, I'm happy to accept any questions from the committee and the chair, if you have any.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation on behalf of Baker McKenzie. Are there any questions? Your presentation seems to be very clear and well understood. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to make this presentation to assist the committee in drafting the bill and for allowing us to hijack you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We, as the representatives of Premium Ideas South Africa, really appreciate the opportunity. A number of the points will, of course, be covered in detail by Mbongwane and others, but if there's anything else that you require our input on, we remain available to assist the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. The forced imprisonment has come to an end.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee Secretary, is there any other organization that is ready?
Chair, we have got the Campaign for Free Expression.
Oh, okay. Are they ready to start now?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Haber. You are welcome, and also we apologize for hijacking you. Other presenters finished much earlier. We thought that it would be better to just those organizations that are available so that we don't keep people here through the whole afternoon and evening.
No problem, no problem.
Thank you very much. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My presentation will be brief. May I share a screen to put a presentation up? Is it possible to?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. There we are. I hope you can see my slide now.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you about this important bill. I represent the Campaign for Free Expression. And our concern is to ensure that there are no opportunities for that we put an end to the wrongful surveillance that we've seen at some periods in the past because of its effect on people's right and freedom to speak out and hold their views in public or in private. And that is why we've made input today. The points I have to make are quite straightforward. So I hope that I can be quite brief. I've already spoken about the history of wrongful surveillance. And I think that points to the need to get this law right to ensure that we put an end to state agencies or others taking advantage of gaps in the law to undertake surveillance. I myself have twice in the democratic area been the target of illegal surveillance. And that's partly why I have a personal concern that the law gives proper protection against it. And therefore, oversight has to be strong and has to be truly politically independent. And I do want to emphasize that because hearings, applications to undertake surveillance are held ex parte, it creates a special obligation, I think, to make sure the review process that will take place after that decision is drawn up with particular care and attention to prevent it being abused. I think it's worth saying that we might be comfortable now about wrongful surveillance, but we should all be reminded that one day it'll be used against us. And therefore, it's a power one doesn't want to give elements of the state. So these are a summary of the concerns we want to draw attention to. Sorry. The question of the appointment of judges, how they're appointed to ensure their independence, the review judge and their role and how that will work, the management of data that is collected during the surveillance, and the treatment of Section 205 of the Criminal Procedures Act. And let me explain each of those in a little more detail. The judge in this bill, as it's set out, would be appointed by the President in consultation with the Chief Justice. We ask that that be strengthened. The person should be nominated by the Chief Justice and approved by the President. I think that gives further insulation and against political interference. A particular concern is the review judge and the way the review process works. I'm concerned that just to have a second judge look at it is not a real review. It's just a second separate consideration based on the same information and the same facts. And I don't believe, and we don't believe, that that's strong enough for an ex parte hearing. I think you need special precautions when the other side is not there to make their case, to present their information, and to ensure that proper and appropriate information is put before the judge or judges who are deciding it. We have considered two ways in which this weakness in the review process could be addressed. One is a suggestion we've seen from elsewhere, that there be appointed a public representative who would take part in the review. So the review would remain ex parte and behind closed doors, but there would be a person who's appointed to represent the public and the target of the surveillance, and their job would be to make sure that the process is proper and appropriate and the full information is considered by the judges. It should be, and I'm sure would be considered by the judges, to be a great help to them in ensuring that their decisions are based on all the available and proper and appropriate information. A second option is that on completion of the surveillance, when the target of the surveillance is notified that they've been under surveillance, that there be the option of a full review, and that the bill lays out an approach for a full review, which would no longer be ex parte, but allow the target to be able to present their case, to argue their case, to correct any wrong information that's been put before the judge or judges. As part of this process, I think it's important that judges should have to give decisions for their reasons. I'm not sure that a review is meaningful unless one can assess the reasons which the judge gave, which should, of course, also be based on the information before them, and give one the necessary information to properly appeal it or review it or challenge it. I think the allowance of time for surveillance targets to be notified after the surveillance ceases should be shortened, because I think they're entitled to know quickly. And I think it's too loose in allowing a extension, an exception to allow an extension. I understand there may be cases, there will be cases when an extension is needed, and these should be limited and not open-ended. An area that I think is in need of greater attention is what happens to the data, how the data is managed, particularly after the surveillance is over. I think it's too easy for the data collected during the surveillance to be abused. The bill sets out a broad framework and set of parameters, but leaves it largely to regulation. And I'm afraid I think that it shouldn't be left to regulation. It should be tightly prescribed in the law, and it should include a system of oversight for compliance with that law or regulation. There is concern that's been expressed by a number of people that much of the surveillance, in fact, happens. There's many more applications under Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act, particularly for information, for metadata, not so much for listening to telephone conversations, for example, but for the metadata that tells you who called who, how long the call was, where people are located. And I would really emphasize that metadata can be as intrusive, as sensitive, and as invasive of people's privacy as actual conversations, and equally open to abuse. And I think the fix there is for this bill to state that when it comes to accessing communications data, to undertaking surveillance through communication surveillance, then only RICA with its protections should be used, because 205 does not have this kind of protections we are talking about. So I think RICA should state that all communication surveillance should only happen through RICA. That summarizes what we've said in our written representation. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this very important matter, and I'll happily take any questions that the committee has.
Thank you very much, Professor Harbour. Are there any questions? There seems to be no questions. Your summary of your presentation, which was submitted and circulated, I think your summary was well understood, plus the documents that you have submitted earlier on. Members have no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wish you well in your deliberations.
No, thank you very much. Hopefully you would attend. Although you will not have a right to speak now, but next week we will receive, or with the ref, we will receive responses before we deliberate from the department. They will be responding to each and every presentation that was made, and we will also engage the department based on their responses before we go to deliberations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee Secretary, which other organization is ready?
No, Chair, we can go back to the program. They seem to be all in now.
Oh, okay. Can we now invite Amabongane?
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a presentation, so I wonder if I could be made co-host so I can share. Great, thank you very much.
Your 15 minutes starts now.
Okay. Great, thank you very much, and good afternoon to the committee, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on the amendments to the RICA bill. Let me just. I think what I would like to start with is just an explanation of why this bill is so important to Amabongane. And that is because we were the organization that brought the application that resulted in the declaration of unconstitutionality. And this was because our managing partner, Sam Soul, had learned that he was subject to surveillance years before he learned this. And it demonstrated the severe weaknesses in the system, that someone can have their communications intercepted and have absolutely no idea what has been intercepted, for how long, and how it has impacted on their life. And for a journalist, that's particularly concerning because of how it can threaten the confidentiality of sources that journalists speak to. And so for that reason, we challenged the bill, and the Constitutional Court agreed that the system that existed at present was problematic because it did not respect the right to privacy sufficiently. And I think if we make sure that we keep this in the back of our mind, it'll help to underpin why the changes should be made and how the changes should be made so that this right is given effect to. So just a summary of the problems that we have with the bill. We are concerned that it appears that there's only one designated judge to conduct all the functions under this bill. We are also concerned about the review system and that there's still the dangers of an ex parte decision still exist. We are also concerned that the discussion around the post-surveillance notification isn't sufficiently strong enough in the legislation. We are also worried about the ability to withhold notification to a subject of surveillance. And then, as our colleagues at Intel Watch and Professor Harbour has just mentioned, there is a lot that is not in the bill that we are also concerned about, but my oral presentation will focus on the concerns with the text of the bill, we have mentioned our concerns about what is excluded in our written submissions, and so committee members can have reference to that. So in respect of the designated judge, the wording of the amendment is, it may have been an unintentional amendment, but we think that it would be useful to reword it to ensure that there could be more than one judge. So in the previous wording, their definition said a designated judge means any judge contemplated, and now it just says a judge, which may create the implication that there is only one designated RICA judge that should be appointed, and we think that that is a problem. We would prefer to have a panel of judges, and so would prefer that the legislation sets out that a panel should be designated and appointed, but a simpler fix would just be to change it back to saying any judge, which would then give discretion to appoint more than one. Then our other concern, and this is the most significant concern for us and where we think there needs to be the biggest area of discussion and amendment to the existing bill. So firstly, we are concerned that there are some decisions that are made under the bill that are not part of the review system. And so we would suggest that every decision that is made under the Act that involves a restriction of an individual's right to privacy be subject to whatever review process the bill establishes. One of our most biggest concerns around the lack of a review is that at present, the decision to withhold notification of surveillance has not been included within that system. And so a judge that accepts the application to not notify a subject of surveillance, that decision then is final, and there is no recourse for the subject, but also then no oversight of that decision. And then there are some decisions that are made within the structure of the bill that gives powers to a regular magistrate or a judge, so not the designated RICA judge, to make decisions. One of these examples is for access to the historical communication related information, and we would suggest that that also be subject to the review system. So this is sorry, I think I had been muted. I hope you can hear me now. This takes us back to what the Constitutional Court said about the review. And I think this is relevant because in their judgment, they discussed an automatic review. But it's important to notice that this is not what the court said must happen. It just said that an automatic review of decisions is a possible safeguard that Parliament may consider. And I think this is important, that it says what's obligatory is for Parliament to put in place a communication surveillance system that sufficiently safeguards against infringements of the privacy right. And again, we argue and we strongly believe that a simple automatic review does not provide those sufficient safeguards against the infringements. We really would call on you as members of Parliament and responsible for implementing the court's decision to consider what is really necessary, because ex parte applications are open to abuse. And the problem with a review judge is that it doesn't remove the risk of only one side of the argument being presented to the judge. And the Constitutional Court highlighted one of these examples of this abuse, that two journalists had their communications intercepted on the grounds that when the application was made for the interception, the applicant said that the numbers to be intercepted were ATM bombers. And so the judge was given the wrong information and acted on that, but there was never another position put before them. And that's where we think a public advocate would ensure that the judge is presented with the facts, and to ensure that the facts are correct, but also both sides of the argument. In respect of the post-surveillance notification, our main concern is really just that the legislation should set out what must be included in that notification. It could, because the notification's purpose is to enable a subject of surveillance to vindicate their rights if they believe that the surveillance was unlawful, then they do need a certain number of pieces of information to do that. And we argue and we submit that this information should include the purpose for which the surveillance was sought, how long the surveillance continued, whether any extensions had been granted, whether any withholding of the notification had been granted, and then a clear explanation for the subject to know and understand how they could challenge the lawfulness if they believe that it had been unlawful. And then in respect of the withholding of notification, we're concerned that the wording of the amendment would allow for potential indefinite withholding of the notification, which would sort of remove the purpose of it and result in some subjects not being given that notification. So we would suggest that a time limit be included in section 25A 2B, so that where it says for such period as may be determined by the judge, there at least is some limit given to the judge so that it cannot be an indefinite withholding. And then just in conclusion, I think we're all aware about what an important topic surveillance is and how significantly it impacts on individual rights. At Amapungani, we've seen this on a personal level, but as South Africans, we can see it in stories that we read about or speaking to individuals, both in South Africa and internationally. And because of this importance and because of the significant impact, we really do need a strong regime to govern the surveillance, to ensure that purposes of surveillance are being given effect to, but in a way that does not unjustifiably limit rights. And we feel that this bill does not create that strong regime. And although we understand the deadlines that have been imposed by the court on Parliament to make the necessary amendments, we really would call on this committee to take initiative and apply innovative approaches to make these necessary changes that would help to strengthen the bill. We believe there aren't, it need not be wholesale amendments to the bill, but just a few changes would really go a long way to making sure that the system is strong enough to protect South Africans' privacy rights. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I am also available for questions as a result of this.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks to Amapungane for enriching our constitutional dispensation. A better South Africa is dependent on all of us, including civil society, in ensuring that every legislation that would not help us achieve that is brought to line to be with those foundational values of our Constitution. Are there any questions? Members seems to have really understood your presentation. It was quite clear. Thank you very much. And thank you for also allowing to come earlier than anticipated. We ran a tight ship, so we were able to finish on time with the presentation by the public protector. So we thought that we should free your afternoon so that you can be able to attend to other things.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you again for this opportunity. It's such an important part of our democracy for these public participation hearings, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Committee Secretary, can you invite the next presenter?
The next one will be Intel Watch.
Intel Watch, okay. Are they ready to start now?
Yes, Mr. Hunter is on the platform, so we should be ready to go.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much again for the committee for making this space. I'm going to share my screen because I do have a presentation just to assist. 1 second, please. Okay, I trust members can see my screen.
Yes, you have 20 minutes. You have 15 minutes,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Because of time and because I know that there is some overlap in some of the other presentations, I'm going to foreground a few issues, not all the issues that are in our presentation. But I do urge members to look at the submissions as well, because there is more detail in our written submission, obviously. Chair, just quickly to give an overview first of Intel Watch and its capacity here. I'm the acting director of Intel Watch. It's a relatively recently launched nonprofit that is focused solely on promoting public oversight of surveillance and intelligence powers within, not only in South Africa, but regionally as well. And it emerges from a research initiative called the Media Policy and Democracy Project, which was a university-based research initiative that has built up fairly extensive body of knowledge about how surveillance issues are playing out within Southern Africa. And so a lot of those insights have informed our submissions here. So Chair, I'm going to move forward and maybe set also to note something that is in our submission is we do detail that there has been quite extensive engagements with the Department of Justice and the Ministry over a lot of the issues that we've identified here, both matters that were before the court in the Amamungani hearing and matters that fell outside of the court's purview as well. And so these are not new issues. And in many cases, they're issues where the department has acknowledged the challenges that this produces for surveillance oversight. And I guess one of the big themes in our submission is that the department has pledged repeatedly over the years to address these issues, understanding the urgency, and unfortunately hasn't done it in this bill. And so our kind of big takeaway is that the bill is, this is an important moment to take a step forward in surveillance reform. And there are key places where the bill is perhaps not seizing that opportunity, and it is really quite urgent to address these. And this is because of the dynamics we see and how surveillance powers have been abused, both within the regime and outside of the regime of RICA. And broadly speaking, what we see, and some of the matters were dealt with in the court case, is that generally surveillance powers have been subject to judicial oversight, but in various ways the judicial oversight has been undermined. And this is by sort of the written submissions of the RICA judges themselves have really demonstrated the extent to which they felt that they didn't have enough information, didn't have enough capacity, often couldn't trust, by their own version, couldn't trust the veracity of the information put before them by law enforcement officials. And I think that that is a real challenge that this law needs to address. The second aspect is that surveillance abuses don't happen in an isolated fashion. They are part of a broader set of challenges we have as a nation, you know. And so, for example, the abuse of surveillance powers has been a central dynamic in our challenges with state capture. They've been a central dynamic in challenges by law enforcement to target corrupt individuals within law enforcement. You know, that the powers of surveillance have been turned against senior police officials. They've been turned against political figures within really across the spectrum of political parties. And these are documented cases which we touch on in our submissions. But I think this is why it's not just important to address these concerns in a narrow fashion, but we need really at this moment to take this opportunity to comprehensively close the gaps that have enabled those sorts of abuses, Chair. This is a brief overview of some of the issues we've touched on within the bill. I'm going to speak to some of them in more detail than others, but I would draw members' attention to issue number 1, which we're referring to as the Section 205 loophole. Now, Chair, I think I'm going to detail this in a second, but one of the long-standing issues we've had with RICA has been that it is not the only mechanism through which law enforcement is able to access people's communication-related data. So of course, RICA refers to really two kinds of information that can be intercepted under certain circumstances. And the one is what's deemed a communication, and that could be thought of as the contents of a message, what is said over a call, et cetera, et cetera. And then the other is what they call communication-related information, or what I will call communication data. And that is a much wider category of information about a communication. And so, for example, it would include the identities of two people who were involved in the communication. It would include the duration of their communication. It would include their location of their devices. It would include potentially the technology they were using. And it's, in fact, a very, very rich and insightful kind of data. And there's a growing appreciation now in sort of modern surveillance that this communication data is at least as insightful about the person who's doing the communication as the contents of what their communication is. And in many cases, the communication data tells a very rich story about who a person is, perhaps what their personal activities are, what their private activities, their political activities, their legal situation, their financial situation, medical health situation. And all of that really can be read in someone's communication data, such as their phone records or their email browsing history and these sorts of things. And the concern we have is that where RICA seeks to put some set of safeguards over both the content and the communication data, Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act has also created this parallel procedure for that latter kind of information without any of the other safeguards. And so I'm just going to show how this parallel process plays out. So within RICA, in the first column, Section 7, 8, 16 to 18, 20 to 23, provide for the various kinds of interception of communication data in real time. And then in the second column, you'll see Section 19 of RICA provides specifically for archived communication data, access to historical phone records, for example. And then Section 205 provides for access to that same kind of data. Now, with respect to RICA, the oversight figure is either the designated judge, which we call the RICA judge, or for Section 19, when someone is trying to access archived communication data, one could go to a high court judge or a magistrate. And for Section 205, again, one would go to a high court judge or a magistrate for access to that communication data. But now RICA, it can only be employed by relatively senior officials. It's spelled out in various prescripts within RICA. Generally, it would be a commissioned officer within SAPS with the written permission of a major general, and essentially the equivalent seniority within the Department of Defense or intelligence structures. But Section 205, any police official can invoke those powers with the endorsement of a public prosecutor. Now, RICA, again, these powers can only be invoked for relatively serious offenses, threats to public safety, national security, what's called compelling national economic interests of the Republic, and essentially serious offenses which amount either to violent offenses, organized crime, trafficking, those sorts of things. Again, Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act allows these same powers to be invoked essentially for any minor offense. There's no minimum limit on it. Reporting requirements, any of the powers invoked through RICA are subject to an annual report to Parliament through the designated judge. Section 205, there's no reporting requirement whatsoever. And then finally, post-surveillance notification. After the Amobongani judgment and then through this bill, there is post-surveillance notification on any of the powers invoked through RICA, but Section 205, the subject would never be notified, and that has implications for the potential abuse. Now, because of these low thresholds, Chair, and as we document and touch on in our submission, Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act has been widely used by law enforcement to access people's sensitive communication data. And it's created really a loophole where none of the safeguards that apply to RICA apply to this other avenue, which invites law enforcement officials to use it. And there are documented cases of how this has been abused. Because of the low standards of oversight, it's actually very possible that there are many abuses that go undetected. But there are, in fact, documented cases where those abuses have happened. And Chair, the challenge that this creates, this loophole, is really, really key for the committee to consider. Because what essentially we have is a situation where RICA has a certain degree of safeguards already, and Section 205 has much lower safeguards. That has enabled abuses of surveillance powers through Section 205. What we're doing now is...
5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. What we're doing now is we are trying to improve the safeguards around RICA procedures. But as a result, the metaphor I would use, Chair, is of having a kraal of sheep, 2 kraals, and to protect oneself from jackals, we're building up the fence around one of the kraals and leaving the other kraal sort of undefended. And I think that this creates the practical reality where potentially more abuses are going to be driven to Section 205 unless this loophole is closed. Chair, as we say in our submission, we think there's a relatively simple solution. And this is something that was recommended by the Law Reform Commission as early as 1998, which is to ensure that RICA is the only mechanism through which law enforcement can access communication-related data and subject to all of the same safeguards that apply to RICA. And that requires essentially repealing Section 15 and Section 59 of RICA to remove that parallel procedure. And we think that this is actually a really vital part of the process. Chair, for the sake of time, I'm going to briefly touch on the other issues. The first is we're recommending dramatically improving oversight by providing for more judicial oversight. Under the current situation under RICA, there is provision for multiple designated judges. The Department of Justice has elected essentially only to appoint 1 judge at a time. And there is a noted challenge here where judges have repeatedly said that they haven't had the full capacity to make these decisions in the time that they would like. And what the bill does is actually explicitly narrow the appointment to a single judge. And Chair, we do think that it is actually really important for judicial oversight to work. It needs to be comprehensive. The judges need to be able to do it. And there can't be backlogs in the system that would encourage people to find another avenue. And so we strongly recommend that the bill provide for multiple designated judges and also to provide for adequate resources for those judges to perform their duties. Chair, another issue, just as we're closing up, that I'll touch on is this issue of the review judge mechanism. And I think Amabongani has captured this, but quite simply, the review judge mechanism doesn't actually address the court's concerns that RICA needs to provide for some kind of safeguard for the fact that decisions on surveillance are necessarily taken in a one-sided fashion. And that means this is why many people have pointed to the need for a public advocate who would essentially be a security clearance, advocate with security clearance, who could essentially step in to provide alternative views, to ask probing questions, to assist the judge in balanced oversight. What we have now, and this is a mechanism, incidentally, as we detail in our submission, it's a mechanism that is provided for in many other jurisdictions. We feel that having a second judge essentially to review all the decisions of the first judge based on the same set of facts does not provide a less one-sided process, because the problem was not that the RICA judge was making bad decisions. It was that the RICA judge required really, additional support in order to consider all sides, to provide a less one-sided process. So this doesn't improve oversight, but it does create a situation where potentially decisions will also take a lot longer. Essentially, the review judge adds a 10-day delay to any decision, but doesn't actually necessarily have prospects of better oversight. And so quite simply, Chair, we strongly recommend that the bill does provide for a public advocate in surveillance decisions. And the review mechanism, which we support, should rather be dealt with after the subject has been notified of their surveillance, and then there is actually a more inclusive hearing. So it's a post-facto review, not a kind of second step in the initial process. Chair, the final point, which I think I will detail before my time is up, is this issue of post-surveillance notification. We think it's a very important mechanism that's been added. Again, something that's provided for in dozens of equivalent laws in other parts of the world. But 2 points of concern. The one is that the notification now can be delayed indefinitely, as Amabongani has detailed. The second is that we really think it's important that there is some guidance in the bill for what notification would look like. Because if, is it going to be a text message? Is it going to be a fax? what level of detail is going to be included in that notification that says you've been subject to surveillance. Is it going to note why? Is it going to note which agency conducted the surveillance and what and the period for surveillance? These are necessary details which need to be captured in law in order to make this notification process a meaningful safeguard that allows people to act when there has been a detail of abuse. Chair, I'm mindful of time, and so I think I can stop there just before my 15 minutes and see if members have any questions or if there's any points of clarity we'd like to deal with as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We do also note that there is a lot of overlap in the presentations. So be not surprised if members do not ask any questions. Members, are there any questions or comments? I think the points are well made. You have clearly articulated the issues that you would want the committee to look at. We intend to deal with this bill before the end of the month and early November, so we will be interacting with the issues that members of the public would have raised here in this public hearing. Now, thank you very much for taking the effort and making detailed presentation to us. And I think the presentation, it's clearly delineates which areas must be attended to. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee as well.
Thank you very much. And thank you for accepting to be hijacked. Committee Secretary, the next one.
The next one will be Prof. Duncan.
Professor Jane Duncan. You can start.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a problem with sharing my screen, so I think I'm just going to go ahead for the sake of time.
Maybe before, just 1 minute, can the Secretary assist? Because it helps the members of the public to follow the presentation.
What I can do is drop the presentation in the chat, and it can be opened that way. If you just give me a moment.
Wanani, you can't assist?
No, if he sends the presentation, then I'll be able to slide it.
Can you send the presentation to the committee secretary?
Yes, in fact, I've just dropped the presentation in the chat. So if it's possible to open it from there.
Is that fine, Gwenan? Oh, okay. That's super. Thank you very much, Mr. Romano. You can proceed. You have 15 minutes. It starts now.
Thank you very much. So I would like to start out by just welcoming the opportunity to address the committee on the bill. I think if we can move on to the next slide, I'll indicate when I'll be moving on to a new slide. So I think it's a pity that this particular bill is being released so close to the Constitutional Court deadline, because it actually makes thorough engagement with the bill, what is addressed and what isn't addressed in the bill, I think quite difficult. And in fact, nearly 3 years down the line, there really should have been a full policy and legislative review of RICA, which would have then set a comprehensive framework within which to consider these and possibly other changes. So I think the first point that I'd like to make is that there is still a need for such a review, because it does appear that there are a number of issues relating to RICA, given that it is a 2002 bill that would still need to be addressed over and above the 5 areas of unconstitutionality identified by the Constitutional Court. If we can move on to the next slide. All right, so the first issue I'd like to speak to is in relation to the designated judge. So in terms of the bill, it states that the minister should designate the judge in consultation with the Chief Justice. Now, I think that this particular provision would be adequate only to the extent that it's clear that the Chief Justice has a decision-making role and not merely an advisory role. And I have noticed that there is some confusion in a number of the other submissions that is in fact the case. So in order to clear up that confusion, it may be necessary to make it crystal clear in the bill that this is a decision-making process that rests on the say-so of the Chief Justice in order to satisfy the Constitutional Court requirement for independence of the appointment process of the designated judge. Now, RICA also contemplates that there could possibly be more than one judge that is appointed, and as other organizations have argued, and I'd like to associate myself with that argument, I think that understanding should be brought back into the bill, which appears to have narrowed the process down to the appointment of one designated judge. And that would open up the possibility of there being more than one judge and possibly a panel of judges. And that becomes important because the work of the designated judge or judges is likely to increase. And I will touch on that a little bit further down the line. Also, the term of 7 years that is being suggested for the appointment of the designated judge may also need to be reconsidered as well, and possibly set at 5 years, because we do want institutional renewal. It's extremely important in this particular position for us to have institutional renewal on a fairly regular basis, and 7 years may not fulfill that particular requirement. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, now in relation to the provision around the review judge, it's unclear why this particular provision has been included. So the Constitutional Court did flag the possibility of there being automatic review of decisions taken by the designated judge, but didn't rule on this. At the same time, it did rule on the inherently one-sided nature of the decision-making process that exists, and that was ruled on. So for the purposes of review, it's not entirely clear what value the review judge will add if the intention is to review the decisions of the designated judge immediately after those decisions have been taken, because those the decisions of the review judge will be made on the basis of the same one-sided information that the designated judge has had access to. And it may make more sense for the review judge to conduct reviews once surveillance subjects have been notified, which potentially could give rise to more information coming to the attention of the review judge, particularly if the surveillance subject decides to contest the bases for the issuing of the interception direction. And that may lead to a more robust process than what is being suggested at the moment. Could we move on to the next slide? Now, if the intention, however, is for the review judge to resolve the ex parte problem identified by the Constitutional Court, then I'd suggest that it's not an adequate solution to the problem, because it doesn't introduce an adversarial element. And here I think we can learn from international experience, because particularly in the wake of the Edward Snowden disclosures, there's been a lot of grappling with how to deal with the problem of the one-sided nature of these secret courts that are taking decisions about surveillance applications. And there have been two suggestions that have been made and tested in other parts of the world. So the one is for the judge to have access to a friend of the court, or an amicus curiae, which is a process that is used by the United States Foreign Signals Intelligence Court, the FISA court, where the judge can request the intervention of an amicus curiae in order to deal with or to assist the judge's decisions on novel rights-related or technological issues. But this hasn't really addressed the one-sided nature of the decisions that have been taken by the FISA court. And as a result, we're still seeing decisions overwhelmingly favoring the case of the state. So I think there we need to learn the lessons of international experience and recognize the fact that while judges have found the insertion of an amicus curiae a possibility as being valuable to their decision-making, it hasn't necessarily addressed the ex parte problem. So as a result of that, many who are FISA court watchers have raised once again the argument about the need for there rather to be a public advocate. If we can move on to the next slide. All right. So this is really, it's very different from an amicus curiae arrangement, where a public advocate is tied much more directly to the interests and the rights of the surveillance subject. So this person literally becomes an advocate in favor of those particular rights on behalf of the subject who doesn't have access to the secret proceedings. And this person could be appointed in the same way as the judges, but would introduce a more adversarial element. Now, this person could act as a form of cleared counsel, and this is a procedure that has been used in other parts of the world, where this person is security cleared. And because they're security cleared, they can have access to the full investigative or intelligence files on which the applications for interception directions have been based. And that, in turn, can help to even out some of the information asymmetries that exist between the applicants and the surveillance subjects. But if you do that, it obviously introduces certain security risks. And one of the ways that has been used in other parts of the world is to prevent the public advocate from communicating with excluded parties without authorization of the judge once they have access to the full intelligence or investigative file. And then also the public advocate could play a role at a review level, representing the interests of the surveillance subject if in fact they want to take the decision on review. Can we move on to the next slide? In relation to the provision around disclosing to the judge that subjects are journalists or lawyers, I think there's a much more robust suggestion in the interim relief that was granted by the Constitutional Court that's absent from the bill. And my suggestion would be for the committee to consider taking the language from the interim order, which states that the designated judge must grant such interception directions only if they satisfy that it's necessary to do so, and notwithstanding the fact that the subject is a journalist or practicing lawyer. That's quite robust language. It's more robust than what is in the bill at the moment, and potentially the bill, the committee could consider using that language. Can we move to the next slide? Now, in relation to post-surveillance notification, I have concerns about the additional provision that's been included over and above the language of the interim relief that was granted by the Constitutional Court, which allows the designated judge to delay post-surveillance notification on national security grounds. But not just that, the language that is used in this particular provision is quite vague and speculative. And at the same time, it can also lead to indefinite suspension notification on these grounds. So it's speculative in the sense that national security impacts on national security merely need to be possible, not imminent. And also, there's no requirement to show that there is a threat to national security, merely the possibility of a negative impact. So that language is very vague and could potentially be tightened up. Can we move on to the next slide? All right. So we could consider narrowing this clause to specify the adverse result of the notification, a life and limb provision, for instance, and also include an upper time limit on delayed notification. But also consideration could be given to the judge providing reasons for their decisions for the granting of interception directions, so that the surveillance subject, once they're notified, actually can make head or tail or can make sense of the notification that's given to them, because otherwise it may be very difficult for them to assert and defend their rights if they don't know the bases on which the direction has been granted. Can we move on to the next slide? Now, in relation to the management of data, the court was quite specific about gaps in RICA that need to be addressed in this particular bill. So it said that RICA gave no detail on all those particular areas that I've highlighted. And I'm not really satisfied that the bill as it stands actually addresses those particular areas of detail. In fact, it seems to want to kick the can down the road and to kick those details into regulations, which doesn't really seem to satisfy what the court actually wanted to see. So my suggestion is that there needs to be more detail inserted into the bill that addresses those particular areas identified by the court, and any additional detail can then be dealt with in regulations that are gazetted and available for public comment. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, and then we also need to address, and this could have been potentially addressed had there been a legislative and policy review beforehand. I think others have already spoken about the lacuna in relation to—
You have 2 minutes.
All right, in relation to metadata. So I don't think it's necessary to go into any kind of detail around those, but I think just to amplify the arguments that have already been made, that loophole around the lower standards that apply to warrants for accessing metadata need to be tightened up, and could potentially be tightened up by making the RICA standards apply. So I think let's move on to the very last slide. We can skip over that one. I've dealt with that. We can skip over that one. All right. And then what's also not covered as well sufficiently, I think, is in relation to the reporting requirements of the judge. And we've seen, if we study the various reports of the RICA judges down the years that have been made available through Parliament, that the reporting has been highly uneven, and there's no standardized set of issues that need to be reported on by the RICA judge. And perhaps most importantly, we don't really have any sense coming out of many of the reports of whether RICA is actually achieving its stated objectives of bringing down crime and protecting national security. And that could be dealt with by having a section in the report that addresses the number of intercepts that have led to arrests and convictions. And if that kind of information is provided, then I think we could get a far more accurate sense of the impacts that RICA is actually having on crime in South Africa. Also, it's potentially quite problematic for the judge also to be reporting on the work of the judge's office, because it's a bit like the judge marking their own homework. So consideration could potentially be given to report to separating out reporting and decision making, and potentially the Inspector General's office could step in there and become responsible for reporting. So those are my submissions, and thank you very much for your time.
Chair, are you perhaps muted?
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Neville Johan. I was just saying that your presentation is well understood. Maybe if you can just be so kind to indicate, maybe in writing, to the committee secretary, the jurisdictions where this issue of public advocate is being practiced.
Yes, certainly, I'll do that.
No, thank you very much, Professor Jane Duncan. Thank you for taking the time to enrich this parliamentary process. And I would agree with you that it would have been much better if this bill came to Parliament much earlier. Now it's coming to us right at the end, and it's just it's putting a lot of pressure. I think some of the issues raised, it would have been better if the bill came much more earlier, maybe a little earlier. Thank you very much. Do we have the next presenter, Mr. Romano?
The last one is Privacy International, and they are ready.
It's what? It's what international?
Privacy International.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can they slide their slides?
No, I don't have slides. I will just
Yeah.
give an oral presentation.
Oh, okay. No, you are welcome. You have 15 minutes. It starts now at 13:58. It starts
Thank
now.
you. Thank you very much, Chair. Well, Privacy International is honored to participate in this discussion concerning the amendments. PI is a London-based non-profit organization dedicated to advocating against government and corporate abuses of data and technology on a global scale. In the context of the Ama-Bugani case, PI, in collaboration with the Right to Know campaign, submitting an amici to assist the High Court of South Africa in Pretoria and the Constitutional Court of South Africa in their decisions. We welcome the positive change introduced in the proposed amendments and welcome this opportunity to provide specific comments that shed light on areas where the amendments may fall short or require further improvement. I will now briefly highlight some key issues we have identified and share our recommended solutions for addressing these challenges that can also find in our written submission. Firstly, the inclusion of a broad national security exception in Section 25A(2) of the RICA Amendment introduces a provision that allows designated judge to delay notifications if it's believed that such notifications could negatively impact national security. The problem, as Jane was saying, lies in the broad definition of national security risks and the fact that the impact on national security need only be potential without any requirements to prove immediacy or specificity. This could lead to arbitrary exceptions in the post-surveillance notification regime. To address this issue, it is suggested that more precise criteria be adopted, restricting notifications delays to situations where they seriously jeopardize the purpose for which the surveillance is authorized or where there is an imminent threat to human life. Secondly, Section 25AB lacks a specified maximum duration for withholding notification based on potential national security impacts. This omission could potentially render the notifications requirement ineffective and create a situation where notifications are indefinitely delayed. To prevent such abuse and enhance accountability, a specific maximum period for notification delay should be established. I would like to draw your attention to another critical aspect of the recent amendment, the absence of remedies and procedures for post-notification grievances. As emphasized in the court order, through notifications, the subject of surveillance gains the opportunity to assess whether the interception direction was issued in accordance with human rights and, if necessary, seek an effective remedy for any unlawful violation of their privacy. This aligns with the principles enshrined in Section 38 of the South African Constitution, which guarantees the right to an effective remedy and with international human rights standards. However, Section 25A does not clearly define the procedure that individuals can follow once they have been notified. It is imperative to introduce a specific procedure with this new provision. Another crucial aspect is the format and content of the notifications. The current amendment lacks specificity in these areas, leading to uncertainty and potential security risk for individuals. To effectively address these concerns and ensure consistency and security, it is essential for the law to clearly define the process, format, and content of notifications. These provisions should prioritize the protection of sensitive information, as neglecting this aspect could lead to security threats, information leakage, and misuse of sensitive data. Additionally, these provisions should ensure that individuals are fully informed of the relevant details. Another significant aspect is the workload and independence of designated judge. The introduction of new requirements may lead to a substantial increase in the workload of the designated judge. This responsibility could potentially overwhelm the system, where a single judge is burdened with making critical decisions in a context where timely decision-making is of utmost importance. Therefore, our proposal is to consider the formation of a panel of judges to distribute the workload. This approach would enhance efficiency while maintaining the required level of independence and impartiality. It is in line with international standards and the need for a robust and adequately resourced judicial oversight mechanisms. Our next crucial point concerns the strengthening surveillance oversight to enhance transparency and accountability. The system proposed does not effectively address the issue identified by the court. The current absence of a specific reporting obligation undermines transparency and oversight. Therefore, it is imperative to establish clear and explicit reporting obligations for the designated judge. Reports generated by the designated judge should include essential information to shed light on the surveillance process. Also, a critical issue remains unaddressed. As they were saying, the Section 205 loophole is still there. This loophole allows state access to sensitive communication data without the safeguards of RICA, raising concerns about potential abuses and privacy violations. From a privacy perspective, there is no fundamental distinction in how communication data is accessed, and it is essential to ensure consistent safeguards between these bills. The omission of safeguards in the amendment creates a potential risk to individuals' rights, particularly in metadata usage. Closing this loophole is essential to create a comprehensive and rights-respecting surveillance framework, ensuring that the highest level of safeguards is constantly applied. We must address this issue to protect human rights effectively. One of the notable issues within the recent RICA amendments relates to the protection of practicing lawyers and journalists. While the proposed amendments does introduce some protective measures, it falls short in certain aspects. I will concentrate in one of those aspects. The Constitutional Court did not address the question of protecting civil society. However, it is essential to include enhanced protection for the communications between civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and the public. The knowledge that intelligence agencies may intercept these communications undermines the work of civil society organizations in reporting on human rights violations and other issues. This chilling effect affects not only the organizations and journalists, but also any individuals willing to communicate with civil society. The recent amendment bill introduces a review judge into the surveillance process. But I want to say that this is not enough, and this not fully address the issue of the ex parte decision-making process. The core issue here is the lack of an opportunity for the judges to hear the opposing side of the argument, which contradicts the fundamental principle of audio alteram partem, where both sides should be heard. To address this issue, it is essential to introduce a public defender who can access the information and contribute to a more balanced assessment of the case. Having a public defender in the process enhances fairness and transparency, making it more aligned with the principles of an adversarial system. Unfortunately, the current bill does not adequately tackle this problem or consider the international progress made in addressing it. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. Sorry for that. Members, are there any questions? No, your presentation is well understood. It is in sync with all other presentations. They identify more similar issues, so which makes it to be easier to follow. So we will take all the presentations that have been made today. The department will respond to each and every presentation, and then we will start with our deliberations. Thank you very much for participating all the way from London to enrich our public participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That brings us to the end of our public hearings on the RICA bill. Committee Secretary, is there any other issue for today?
We are done for the day.
Okay, members, you would have received a letter from the Chief Justice, and there is also a letter from attorneys of Judge Mutata. Can you go through those two letters? And then next week we can have a discussion. Next week on Wednesday we can have a discussion on both of them and how do we take this matter forward. Members, that will be all for today. Please rest, and we will meet on Tuesday. Thank you very much. Oh, you're back, Ma'am Nomatem.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Okay.
back, yes, and I listened very much.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.